I would need
Later.
you to share it.
And we're live.
What's up? Hey, Lulie.
Hey, Lulie.
Hey,
Are we live? Can somebody confirm that we're live? Where do I see the comments here? I'm getting some yes. We are live.
Oh,
This
amazing.
is very exciting. Well, welcome everyone.
All right, we're here with Lulie. Lulie has never been coached by Ultraspeaking before. How do you feel?
or any public speaker.
Or any public speaking coaches? But before we jump into live coaching, which is what we're going to do with you this hour, and hopefully people that are watching will get to see what's possible. What does even public speaking coaching mean? Um, it's been unique because I feel like we only met maybe a week ago at Ali's workshop or something, sometime around then. And since then, I've just seen you like devour ultra speaking content, and I'm curious, what is it about what you're discovering that seems to resonate so closely?
It feels like it's tied to um, a lot of like, okay, so I'm interested in self-development, why we get stuck in our heads, like what actually causes this anxiety stuff in the first place. And speaking is like one of the things that people get anxious about, like public speaking. And I felt like I always used to be quite bad at speaking. Like I was quite a shy kid, and like I don't know, I feel like I had like lower than usual social skills. I was really into rationalism and like analytical stuff. And so recently I've been discovering various things like meditation and awareness, and I feel like ultra speaking kind of has a lot of those elements, but kind of brings it to speaking. It's sort of like, yeah, speaking without thinking. It's sort of like you're just like, you're the direct content from your mind. It's coming out. So
Mm.
that's all very exciting to me.
Mm. Yeah, I saw on your blog that you're interested in things like Taoism and philosophies on life, and definitely we try to bring in as much of the the world ideas out there into speaking, because speaking is life, as we like to say. And I'm very excited to see you play some of these games, and that's what today's going to be about. It's just we'll play some games, we'll see where are you amazing, where can we play, where can we find that edge, and then see what's on the other side of it.
Sounds good.
Cool. Ready to dive in?
There's no better
Mhm.
way to dive in than to
Let's
just
go.
dive in. So let's play some games. For those who don't know Ultra Speaking, everything or almost everything we do is based on these games for two reasons. One, play might be the most effective way to learn anything. And if you don't like what you're doing, if you don't enjoy it, you're probably not going to do it for long. So we have to focus on you enjoying the actual skill in order for it to stick and in order for you to want to get better. Then we can start adding everything else. The other reason is that we need to train in the turbulence. If you read about speaking, if you practice speaking only in comfortable situations, then, well, not much is going to happen, because the second you find yourself in an unfamiliar situation, you're going to be lost. You're going to feel too much in your body. You're not going to know what to do with it. And that's not what we want to train for. We want to train for unfamiliar scenarios, and we want to do that with many, many, many repetitions. So you'll notice that all of these games are short repetitions, so that every single repetition is an opportunity to feel the thing we're afraid to feel your brain come in and try to short circuit your access to your own mind, your subconscious, your creativity, or to feel the weight of other people watching. And that makes every single opportunity, every single rep, an opportunity to get more and more familiar and more proficient at this. And this is my
Lulie,
favorite game.
have you played this before? It's rapid fire analogies.
Yes, I've played it a few times.
Amazing.
This game is out for free. If you want to try it out, I can put it in the chat too.
Perfect.
Anyone can try this.
Okay, let's see it in action. We'll give you 8 in a row. We'll do our baseline and see what happens.
All right. Business is like running a marathon because you have to keep going. Chess is like online dating because you have to make the right move. Having kids is like tipping because they always ask for more money. Happiness is like composting because it grows new opportunities. YouTube is like retirement because you have a wealth of videos. A pillow is like a microwave because it keeps you warm. Love is like glue because you stick together. The future is like breaking your phone because you don't know what you're going to do next.
Yeah.
Solid. Great. So your experience is showing, and it's fantastic to see. So let's see what happens when we take the time down. We'll kind of test your balance here on the faster one and see if there's anything interesting. We'll do 10 in a row. I'm just gonna dive in. Ready?
Yeah. Online shopping is like being hungry because you have bags. Women are like a prison because they keep you tied down. Glue is like classical music is like an engine because it keeps on droning. Diversity is like a pumpkin because there are different colors. A calendar is like job hunting because the days keep ticking. A lion is like monsters because they're both scary. Imagination is like luck because breakfast is like meeting your soulmate because you do it over breakfast.
Sometimes. Very true. Perfect.
So before Michael jumps in, I want to point out something you did that is very, very, very hard to do. And that is get that last rep in. The last one, even if you get all of the other ones right, is particularly difficult because you're exiting flow. Naturally, you're at the end of your speaking. Yeah. And so suddenly you're conscious, your brain is already going back, analyzing the whole thing. And most people in that moment will quit. And this was intense for you, but you didn't quit. And you found a way to tap into something to make it work. And I wanted to point that out.
I feel like I momentarily quit and then I got back on. Like there was a pause and I was like, now I have to think of something. And then I kind of forced myself to do it.
And that's what this is. The whole game, everything about speaking, the training of it is I exit the place I want to be in and I have the awareness to notice it and I come back as quickly as I can to this feeling of flow, of effortlessness, of enjoyment, or whatever it is that this particularly feels like. So that's awesome.
Terror, yeah.
Terror.
How much? Yeah, terror. How much of a on a scale of 1 to 100, how much effort did you put in? 100 being it took all of my cognitive abilities and it was a struggle. 1 being it was just like so easy.
Like the entire round, or you mean the last bit?
Yeah, all of the entire 10. Like score.
It's a little bit difficult to tap into because I'm just sort of in a buzzing state. And so everything just feels like I'm kind of at a minimum of 80% of whatever I'm doing. So yeah, I don't have access to that right now.
Interesting. So this is cool, buzzing state, because we're live, because this is like the adrenaline and the nervousness. So that's great, because that energy can be transmuted or transformed or just channeled into something really positive. So that's what I'm curious about here. We're going to find the right setting for you. So we're going to go to 3 seconds here and then maybe come back to this one. And what we're looking for is this state of effortlessness where there is no struggle, meaning that your job is to figure out where are you holding essentially tension in your mind around trying to make this exercise be something. So it's a little bit abstract, but let's see what 3-second mode is, and how can you allow your brain or your subconscious mind to do all the heavy lifting, and your job is to just kind of get into that groove. Let's see what happens.
Fear is like toilets because you splash around. A textbook is like saying goodbye because when you get to the end, it's done. Watching TV is like driving fast because of race car driving on TV. Gratitude is like sleeping in because it feels so good. Money is like getting caught in the rain because it's raining men. Friend is like a new car because you like to take them for a ride. Social media is like dinner guests because you meet people. A puzzle is like politics because, oh wow, I'm getting in my head. Okay.
Yeah. Which is what the game is designed to do. That's the trick, is how can we get you to get confused, puzzled, and tempted by the analytical side of the brain.
Why is it that sometimes it's easy and like it just kind of flows out, and then sometimes like I find myself just thinking?
Let's answer that in 5 minutes. Let's watch Tristan go and see if you can pick up any subtleties on, not on what he does, but on how he plays. Ready, Tristan?
Yes. Relationships are like diversity because they happen in all different ways. A microwave is like yoga because it's not that good for you. Or is it? The end of a story is like public speaking. You have to end strong. Saying goodbye is like fear because it's scary. My mood is like rolling the windows down because it's delightful all the time. A jacuzzi is like becoming a billionaire. It's not that good. I hate it. Getting married is like a broken finger. It hurts sometimes. Passion is like a police car because it'll stop you in your tracks. A TED Talk is like blanking because a museum is like visiting your grandma because it smells weird.
And just for reference, Tristan, can you do a 2-second round?
I can try.
Here we go.
High school is like getting a new puppy. It goes everywhere. Friendship is like high school because you grow up. Ice skating is like a butt. It's firm. Men are like stress. It's scary. The universe is like fasting. You have to stop sometimes. Traveling is like a lion. It feels like a roar. The human mind is like skydiving. It's a free fall. Youth is like losing at a game because it happens. A podcast is like goal setting because it's harder than it looks. Success is like alcohol. You wake up feeling different.
Ooh, deep. Yeah. So we're not going to talk quite yet. We're just going to have Lulie jump in. Ready, Lulie?
Yeah. Folding laundry is like honesty because you have to do it right. Leadership is like classical music because the sound keeps playing. Climbing a tree is like reptiles because you find them in them. Motivation is like staying up late because it gets you excited. A treasure map is like a spaceship because it leads the way. A balloon is like getting a haircut because you get rid of it. Energy is like CPR because it brings you to life. Staying up late is like waiting in. An engine is like cooking because it keeps you going. Smiling is like starting a company because it is a great thing to do.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah. So many good things here. So many good things. What's one?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah.
There were definitely moments I was not thinking. There were definitely moments I was thinking. So, yeah, and also I was having more fun. I think I'm warming up. I'm having like the more I play with it, the more I like do different types of thing, then the easier it is. It's sort of like if you exaggerate, it's easier to do accents when you do a kind of an exaggerated impression, and I feel like this is the same.
Absolutely. And so because you have that contrast where sometimes you're not thinking, sometimes you are thinking, the thing that I noticed is consistent. When you have a bad one, a difficult one, it might take you 1 or 2 reps, but you are able to power through and jump back into flow. So your ability to recover is very, very strong. And that's a skill, because we see a lot of people that as soon as they can start strong, but as soon as they lose steam, that's it. So that in itself is a skill, because speaking, you're always going to mess up at some point. How do you get back on the track? What's interesting is just the part of your brain that wants to make sense, that wants to say something meaningful. And that impulse is so hardwired in analytical types, in people like myself that have that perfectionistic tendency. So what we are trying to do in this game, as you've heard about the autocomplete function of the brain, the channeling of trust, is to see how strong is your trust, that if you just put words out, the sentence will be completed, the analogy will be finished, and hopefully it'll make sense, but that's not a requirement in this game. So is there a way for you to almost push on the accelerator and outrace your brain so that the words are just flowing, and you, for these next 10, you're not liable, you're not responsible for what is said, but you trust. It's a mindset. It's not, I wonder what's going to happen and I hope it goes well. It's, I got this. My brain's going to deliver, and I just need to go fast. Here we go. One more.
Drinking tea is like philosophy because I do it all the time. A candle is like being born because it is a new light. Breathing is like push-ups because you get exercised. An overcooked meal is like rocket science because...
Stop. I want to hear... Every day on Earth is like the human mind because I don't really know. Being on Earth is kind of like this because I want to see that energy of franticness, in a sense, because that shows me that you're no longer in control, which is what we're trying to get to anyway. Here we go. You got this.
A police car is like math because there's writing on the side. Teamwork is like going to brunch because you do it at a restaurant. Going to bed is like dinosaurs because there's dinosaurs on the sheets. A molecule is like meditation because you use your mind to control your anatomy. Life is like taking a shower because every day you get clean. A pumpkin is like a candle because it is orange. A college degree is like cleaning the fridge because you are making a mess. Spam is like anxiety because it's really annoying. Riding the subway is like math because there's... Oh, now I'm getting feedback. Don't know. Sorry, I got an echo.
We did too at the end there. That's
that might be my bad.
Some Ecamm live stuff. There was something cool on this one.
That was very different.
Talk to us. What are you noticing?
Yeah, the more frantic energy I put in, then the easier it is to kind of let the thinking go.
Yeah. And we're trying to find this sweet spot where it's frantic. So, okay, we got to speed up your mind because you're thinking too much, right? But the franticness might have a I don't know energy to it. Animals are like, because, right? And that's kind of what I demonstrated. So now we're trying to get the speed of franticness, the kind of acceleration with the composed energy, the confident energy of but I got this. And that sweet spot, this is why we also like to call this game the mental warm-up, because we're just trying to get into this mindset. That's all this is, a mindset where confidence is what is leading the way. And it's hard because you have no control over what's going to happen. So that's why deciding and choosing that mindset is the skill we're really working on. So tell me what you're going to do differently in this one. And let's make this the last one. What intention do you want to put forth for yourself?
So this time I will try speaking as fast as possible, but not necessarily raising the volume. Like there's a kind of, I feel like if I am just speaking very quickly, but like the more I raise the volume, then I get into a kind of nervous energy. And so if I try and speak quickly, but so that my mind doesn't catch up with me, but then keep it level, then that should have a more kind of controlled energy.
I'd like to try something a little bit different. I think you're a very smart person, and that's getting in your way. You want to say things that make sense. And this game is about projecting confidence regardless of content. This is the elite level of this. The only way you could play 2 seconds over and over and over is if you're willing to say something that doesn't make sense and that doesn't come in your way for the next rep. So what I want to see on this next one are 1-word, 2-word answers for every single one with no hesitation. You could say animals are like learning a language because they're blue. Animals are like learning a language because they roar. Animals are like learning a language because they're furry. Animals are like learning a language because I like it. I don't care what you're saying. This one I want to see, can you go from A to Z, put something out, even if it's ridiculous, with total certainty and confidence every single time. And if there's a tiny fumble, you catch yourself, you say something strong, and you fly to the next one. Okay, so this one is not about content. We'll bring content back in later. Ready?
Yeah. Human beings are like expired pickles because they are green.
Good.
An eraser is like babies because it is small.
Good.
My family is like artificial intelligence because they're really smart. Working
Good.
from home is like Nintendo because I waste time on it. Good. Finding passion is like foam rollers because I roll around. An omelet is like leaving home because it's the last thing I eat when I go out. A dentist is like French fries because they look at my teeth. An electronic car is like Apple products because Tesla is amazing. Creativity is like having kids because it creates a new thing in the world. Snow is like a permanent marker because it is white.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. That was completely different. So tell us about the experience.
I'm trying to tap into the experience without the mind coming in and like trying to explain it all. Like I'm trying to get down to like the basic experience. There was a play. There was definitely like a sense of play. Like I can just play with these words and say the thing that is fun to say instead of saying the thing that makes sense to say. And then there's almost like a kind of a resonance with an inner truth that comes out with certain like fun ones that don't necessarily make sense. If that is probably incomprehensible, but
no, I like that.
Actually, everything is in that phrase. Yeah, because what we're trying to point out is that your energy, your confidence, your level of fun and certainty, and all of these things that are these feelings, there's something you have access to. They're mindsets. So in this game, it might be our most challenging game in some sense, because this game tries to trick your brain in all these different ways to be less confident than it is, for you to have less fun, because the pressure is on making sense. The pressure is on doing something. And that's what we all feel when we're speaking. Presentation has to go well, right? The conversation I have to say the right word. Like we have all these expectations, just like in this game. So if you're able to switch on a type of confidence or a type of mindset in a span of minutes, well, that's the mindset you want to carry around into your speaking, into all these other games. So we have to find ways to dissociate how we feel from what is said. Dissociate confidence from content. And that's what we're seeing here is you're finding play, you're finding ease, you're finding energy, but maybe a part of your brain is still unsatisfied with some of the silliness or some of the illogical nature of what you say. And that part is the muscle we're trying to sort of at least shed light on. Is that resonate with you at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's a kind of a trust in even the silly parts of my mind. It's like a kind of a caring, like I feel like, you can be a child and you can kind of care for that child, and then you can say fun
Mm,
things, and sometimes they're genius and sometimes they make no sense, and all of that is good.
yeah,
It's like, why
beautiful way
does
to
life have
describe
to be
speaking.
so serious? The reason, honestly, the reason why speaking anxiety exists is just because of that, right? It's one belief. If I say something wrong, dumb, forget what I'm saying, I will be judged on it, and it will be the end. It's it's only based on that irrational fear. If I were able to press a button and take that out in everybody, then we'd all just speak the way we speak to our best friend. Because it doesn't matter with our best friend if we say something that doesn't make total sense, because I'll just either they'll tell me or I'll notice it and I'll clarify, and it doesn't matter. We're all human. And but for some reason suddenly I find myself in a meeting, or I find myself in a situation where it feels like the stakes are different. And now I think that if I fumble, I'm gone. I'm dead. I'm going to be thrown out of the tribe. And now I think that if I don't make sense, I won't notice it, and I have to say perfect words. So what I find fascinating is that in this one, where you didn't think and where the goal wasn't to focus on content, you actually had a higher rate of great answers. When you think about it, right? If you did 10 in a row, you got all 10, so you probably got at least 7 or 8 that were really interesting. And I would argue that the two others that you might say, I'm not sure that that made any sense, if you were to continue speaking on that, you could turn it into something fascinating.
Did you focus on content in this one, or was this the one where you felt like you focused on content the least?
I think this is the one where I focused on content the least. It's the one
Okay,
I remember the least, so I assume that's what's happening.
that's amazing. It's amazing, Lulie, because this is the one where your aura, right, your energy, the just the way you were speaking is the most magnetizing, because you were having the most fun. It was the most lively. There's something to that. If we focus on the content, we might get our content better, but something else would suffer as a result. We turn down the knobs in other places. Here, it felt like you were the most alive. And because you don't remember, it might mean that you were the most in flow, which is amazing. And that's what I want to see. I want to pivot to a different game completely. You've seen Conductor in action, and so we don't have to really explain how to play it. But with Conductor, the intentionality of the game is exactly the same. It's how can I have enough trust in myself where I don't focus so much on the content, but I focus on the energies that are being presented to me. Shall we play?
Yeah.
Okay, so quick reminder, I'll hit start training. You're going to get a speech title. 5 is your regular speaking voice. It's the natural Lulie conversational voice. And then every time it switches, I want you to switch energies instantly. Unless you get this screen, which means full breath. The lower ranges, you'll find more space. The higher ranges, you'll find more energy and whatever arises naturally. Cool? I'm excited. Here we go.
If money didn't exist. If money didn't exist, we'd find ourselves in a society that actually doesn't function as well as our society now, because money is the way that our goods and services are exchanged. And without that, you would find that you would be arguing and bickering.
Good.
And you wouldn't find that you could trade in a as free way. As you could trade if you had money. Because the thing that money does is allows you to trade different types
Yes.
of goods and services for an arbitrary type of currency, really. Money allows you to buy things without the use of force, and therefore money is a better system than bartering.
Yeah, good. Good. Notice what happened in the end there.
Yeah. I was actually looking for the timer and then I realized my face is over it.
I'll change that for the next one. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Tell me what the two breaths felt like.
The first one, I felt like I was taking more like a token breath. And then the second one, I was like, okay, now actually released like whatever the tension is. And I kind of could do that a bit more.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I want you to go even further with the breath.
Okay.
So that's the right thing. What people always ask me, what should I do? What should I focus on in the breath? The only thing you focus on in the breath is relaxing your body, is the out breath, is that that feeling. You want everything to come down, because the issue with speaking is that we're shaking the snow globe. The magic, the content, the thing we're trying to express is contained within our subconscious. It's whatever's behind the snow within the snow globe. And when we speak, we're covering it up. So we need to stop and let all the snow settle in order to see again that thing, that insight that we're trying to share. And the only way to get the snow to settle is to let the mind settle. And how do we let the mind settle? We have to relax, let go of everything. So the temptation is to actively think, what do I want to say next? What does this make sense? Where do I go? We want to actually be still shaking the snow globe. But the magic is in trusting that if I just let go of everything, I might even find something more interesting afterwards. So we have to be able to not only let go of the content we just said, but let go of the idea that I have to pick up where I left off. You could go in a completely different direction. So let's
do this. Let's do this. It's my favorite game. I have never been more inspired.
Oh,
No, this is called the Philosopher's Game. It's my favorite game, and because I feel like we have a philosopher with us right now, this is going to be incredible. So
I don't think I've played this game before.
Amazing. I'll explain it to you. It's the snow globe game, and it's exactly what Tristan's talking about. This is a game on breathing and jumping universes in our mind. So what's going to happen is you're going to get a speech title, and your job is to start speaking on this title in any direction that comes your way. At some point, this blue dot is going to start counting down to a breath. And we say that it's like the snow globe starting to settle. So as soon as you're speaking, and as soon as this countdown reaches 0, your job is to stop speaking, breathe in, and breathe out. The philosopher's game is very simple. The only rule is every breath, I want you to jump to a completely different universe of ideas. So I'll give you an example. If I was talking about monastery life and I was talking about the Dalai Lama, then maybe after the breath I might say, isn't it weird how we can designate some humans to be more important or more special or more valuable or more wise than others? Isn't it interesting how there's this like ranking of humans in a way. And I'll take a breath. I wonder if that can be said among aliens. I wonder if other species have also this sort of ranking system, if that's part of our DNA and part of nature. Maybe I'll take another breath. And in the breath, I'm wondering, what can that inspire? How can I go one level deeper? Maybe I talk about nature. Maybe I talk about something even more interesting. The point is this: we're using the breath to flush what was previously said, let go of this next train of thought, and see what's deeper, what's underneath it. Any questions?
Nope.
Tristan, you're on mute.
Thank you. Just one thing I wanted to point out. Notice that Michael started speaking again when his next insight came, not when the timer ended. You have that freedom. This is the minimum allotted time that you have to not speak. But if you were to wait half of the exercise in silence, just letting everything come down in your brain, in your mind, and noticing, well, what do I actually want to talk about? That's actually the right way to play. The length of the pause is however long it takes to get to the next insight. So let's see this in action. If you don't have any questions, I cannot wait.
Yeah. Where I get my inspiration. I get my inspiration from a variety of places, Twitter being a big one, other social media, not Facebook so much anymore. I'm not sure why I don't use Facebook anymore, but it seems like I just haven't. I think Facebook is not a very good place to have arguments and conversations because you have all of these people who are kind of yelling at each other. And I don't know why it is that people on Facebook seem to get more emotionally invested in things compared with places like Twitter. Tying this back to inspiration, I feel like Twitter is the place where you can go and get a variety of different opinions from people even you don't know. I was going to talk about Facebook's echo chamber, but it feels like that's too easy. I think the thing about Facebook is that it is structurally, there's a thing where you have your friends and coworkers and people that you don't necessarily want to talk to all the time. Whereas on Twitter, and you know, Twitter isn't the only place that has this, any place that has serendipity has this kind of beautiful like sparking of different ideas. And so if I had a choice between Facebook and Twitter for my inspiration, Twitter is where I would go.
Nice.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Tell us a little bit about, there was that echo chamber moment that stood out to me where like something felt like there was a spark of something. Can you take us back to that moment?
Yeah, there were several times when I kind of had a sort of cached easy answer that would be like in a sense it would be talking without thinking, but it would also be talking without feeling. And so I kind of caught myself doing that, and I kind of wanted to decline the initial sort of like I could just sort of say the cash things, because I felt like if I started talking about the cash things, then I would quickly kind of run into sort of like pre-scripting everything that I was thinking, because I had no like feeling behind it. So I wanted to get to somewhere interesting, somewhere that I was curious about.
Yeah.
Did you, in your experience, your feeling of it?
Yeah, I drifted in and out of it, but I think I did get more of that when I kind of declined that
Mm.
first saying like pre-cached things or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd love to jump in straight away to another one and just have you lean into this even more. You know the feeling you're looking for. Allow yourself to decline the ideas and allow yourself to take it to be even more risky if you'd like. Be,
Even more.
yeah,
Even more.
deeper and
Like,
deeper into what matters to you.
yes.
My question is always to myself is, what do I really want to say? And it's either a conscious question or a feeling that I'm triggering within me of like get to the core, get to the core. What do you really feel? Is the compass I'm looking for in these pauses. So I'd love to see you dive into that.
Here we go.
My favorite game is Animal Crossing for the Nintendo Switch. It is just so cute and lovely. It's a game that I've been playing a lot recently. Um, okay, maybe it's not my favorite game, but at the moment, that's the game that I've been playing. It allows me to have fun and make aesthetic decisions. I like Animal Crossing because every day you get to experience an aspect of your own taste. You get to make choices about the little clothes that you wear, the little uh, furniture that you buy, and you get to have this quite social experience with your friends by developing your island and having them come visit. And it was amazing when it was popular. Everyone was playing it. There was this talk show that was created purely with inside Animal Crossing, and Elijah Wood, of all people, came to that talk show because he was a big player. And it makes me wonder, what is it about Animal Crossing were people missing in their lives that made it such an attractive game? I think it was actually kind of like what we're doing here. It was this connection with your feelings and what you like doing rather than trying to get to the next level.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
There it is.
Yeah. I would love, can you describe, if you were to compare this to speaking in your life, what does this most feel like?
Could you clarify the question? What do you mean, what does it most feel like?
I feel like different environments in which we speak feel very different. It feels very different to me, for example, speaking right now, or a little bit different than it would speaking to my wife, or than it would having a conversation with my family or a big group, or sitting by a fire and speaking for 4 hours with one of my best friends. That's where I'm curious to help us better understand what this actually felt like for you. Can you bring in some analogies? Where have you already felt this before? Might be a better way of asking the question.
The closest thing I can currently think of is something like um, journaling or like a diary or like a video log or something like that, like where I kind of can sort of dip into an idea and then sort of develop it. Like I don't know, I think I generally feel the most comfortable when I'm talking to myself alone, where there's no one else, and I can just kind of, and it's a bit
Yeah,
like writing a diary.
Mm,
that's
mm.
beautiful.
Because, well, I don't know. That's what it feels like to me too. That's what public speaking feels like to me. It's the self-exploration of thought. And because I am in public, in a sense, because I know other people are listening, I don't want to waste the opportunity to just go on random tangents about things that don't matter. I want to constantly re-navigate towards something meaningful. So when you started to question what is it that people were missing in their lives for all of them to find that in Animal Crossing, that was it. Like, that was it. And it's such a wonderful question. It makes me think about myself, about society, and about the world. And if you had more time, I'm sure you could go even deeper and even deeper. And hopefully that process feels like play. So what you're saying, this diary aspect, I've never heard anybody really say it quite like that, but I think it resonates with me the most because it's just thinking out loud with meaning and depth, perhaps, as the compass drawing me forward. It's very inspiring. Could we do it one more time?
Yeah.
Have a little bit more time. So now your answer is going to be even longer. And could I challenge you to go to jump planets more often? You stayed on Animal Crossing pretty much the whole time. I'd love for Animal Crossing to go to what people are missing, to go to what is life is all about, to go to is this a simulation, to just give your brain more freedom to just jump across all the depths of knowledge and philosophy and life that you've experienced.
So
Free
I
reign.
can do this. I would ask, isn't one of your principles to have one point that you're trying to make?
Absolutely. And what I wonder is, can that one point for you be discovered right at the end? You have the speech title, you start exploring your thoughts, and then by the very end, as it's time to wrap up and you have the speech title still as a reminder of where you started and you have all your thoughts exploring where you've gone, can that one thing emerge at the end as this moral or lesson that you're discovering almost for the first time? Here we go. So we're going to do something crazy. We're going to go for all 3 minutes. It's going to be longer. And may your intention be to truly discover the depths of your thinking. Here we go.
How to end a day. How do you begin a day? What is the thing that you would find that would make a day go well for you is kind of the question that I would begin with, because a good start to the day would naturally go into a good end. And if I were to start my day, I think I would wake up early. I would try to get out of bed instead of spending hours on my iPhone and jump into some intellectual thing. Myself at the beginning of the day, I find that there is a momentum that can be carried throughout the day.
Good.
I want to look back on my day with a sense of accomplishment and fulfillment and like happiness and play and fun. But it's more than that. I want to have excitement for the next day as well. I want to have some kind of thing that I'm looking forward to, not just in the next day, the next morning, not just the daily drudgery of the things that you have to get done, but something that you're working towards, something that I want to build in my life. So what do I want to build in my life? I want to build all of these skills. I want to discover new things that I've never discovered before. And I want each day to feel longer than the last day. I want to fill the days with knowledge. Sorry if my Wi-Fi is a bit bad, but I want to fill my days so that to stretch out each day. And so basically what I'm saying is that this is about immortality. I want to live forever by learning an increasing amount of things.
Yeah, there we go.
And reach basically singularity by having all of these different ideas and skills play off each other and grow together and get better and better and better and better until one day when I feel like I'm there, like I've reached, well, I don't know what it is yet, but I'm looking forward to finding out.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
I'm just going to change my Wi-Fi network. I hope I don't cut out. Sorry about the choppiness.
No worries.
No problem. I almost want to wait until you come back because I want to hold that space.
Okay.
Lulie, can you what made you feel most alive in that answer?
What made there was a point where I kind of put a like a really kind of out there idea, like this idea of immortality. And the fact that like I knew that once I said it, like I had to kind of roll with it and I had to make it make sense and justify it. And you know, there's a kind of like a slight I don't know, controversialness, or that there was a kind of a thing where I was putting myself into a difficult position, but then it became more fun that way.
Yes. Oh, I love that.
It was such a cool moment because to me it was almost like you glitched in the most beautiful way of ways. This is what we try to do, right? And I think we try to do this because we crave this personally as well, but as humans, we're on a track. It's so hard to enter something very different than what we're used to doing. And there it's like finally we were able to oversaturate to a point where you're like, you know what? I'm going this way. I can't take the measured thing any longer. I'm done trying to control all of this. Let me just go with what I actually find most interesting, where it's the thing I actually want to talk about, even if I don't know the answer. And it was so beautiful to see. You lit up, and it was magical. It's like we truly see Lulie, maybe for the first time in this hour, and that was a magical moment.
Lulie, as we're approaching the end here, can you help people understand, maybe those that are watching, what you're taking away from this experience that you might even be able to apply the next time that you're speaking in a situation that means something to you?
It's difficult because the thing that I feel like I've most taken away from it is this experience. It's this kind of the feeling of letting go and saying the thing that is there instead of there. Yeah, I don't know. Like do the ultra speaking exercises a whole lot until you glitch.
Can you contrast the feeling? What does the glitching, the post glitch feel like versus pre glitch?
It feels very clear. There's a kind of, I feel like I was contained, like before when I was trying to be careful about what I was saying, I was kind of contained in here. And then when I broke through, then suddenly there was all of this world that I could talk about where I couldn't talk about that world before because that was sort of outside of the box. And so like if I just go over that hump, then there's this opening and this clarity and my
Yeah.
I love it so much. This is my favorite feeling in the entire world. Because I have this belief that we want to give people the thing we want the most. And this is genuinely one of my favorite feelings in the world, to feel like I'm not contained, to break out of the thing that I'm supposed to be, whether it's me holding that in my mind or society or the people around me, and just letting myself be. And so to hear you say that and to have you experience this through ultra speaking, it's just like every word touched my heart when you were saying that in a beautiful way. And yeah, I'm glad that this came out, because honestly, we had no idea. We'd never coached you, never even really saw you speak much, except for that video you sent me. And I could tell from the video that you were already pretty open. And so I was curious what would come out. And I'm so happy that what's coming out is the very core of what ultra speaking is. It's the absolute core. When you get through the mechanics and you can go through the games, you can just speak and you can short circuit the brain a little bit. The essence of it, the thing we're really looking for is out of containment, clarity, lightness, enjoyment, freedom. And yeah, it's beautiful to see you experience that.
Wonderful, Lulie. Any final words to wrap up this session? A final thought?
There's like, in addition to the clarity and everything that Tristan just said, there's a sense of kind of becoming like the pure version of you, or like becoming who you are, or like authenticity or something like that. And I think it's a place that, yeah, we all kind of want to get to, but there are so few opportunities to actually do it. And speaking is such a cool way to practice that, because then you can not only have that and feel content in yourself, but like share it with other people. So I think this is ultra speaking is great, basically.
Amazing.
Well, thank you so much, Lulie.
Thank you.
This was awesome, and also very brave and bold of you, and I commend you for that.
Where can people find you, and
I got
what is it that you like to think about and maybe even work on in the world?
Yeah, so you can find me at Reason is Fun on Twitter. I don't know if I can point at these. And I've just started a YouTube channel. It is youtube.com/Lulie. That's like Julie with an L. I also have a website, lulie.co.uk. And the stuff I talk about, actually, it's quite related to this sort of thing. So I want to figure out how people get blocked, get stuck in their head. Like, what is causing things to not go so well? Like, how do we learn better? Like, what do we know about the philosophy of discovery that might allow us to discover more things or to make lots of progress in our life? So that is what my stuff is about.
I love it.
Amazing.
Highly recommended.
Yeah. We went to your about page, and there's so many concepts there in philosophy that directly parallel what we're researching here. So it's really, really fascinating stuff. Check out Lulie on all those in all those places, and absorb the content. It's strong stuff. Lulie, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
A real pleasure. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Okay.
Whew. Wow.
Exciting.
What a way to,
Are you ready for some freestyle rap?
Is Ali here?
Ali is in the green room.
Oh,
My
no
heart
way.
rate has gone up 70 beats.
Wow. Back to back. Let me send you a playlist.
Yeah, please do.
Beats.
Let me bring Ali in while we do that.
For
Assign.
me
And
switch this
how do
up.
I get him out of the green room? Remove from green room.
Real quick, if you're watching this, if you're in the chat, like I see Amit and Romain and all these great people, like thanks so much. James Stuber's here. Thanks guys for tuning in. Like what a marvel it was to watch Lulie at work. That was fascinating. Let's get this playlist in.
What's up, Ali?
Oh, how's it going? Oh, I'm here.
Excellent. You're here.
You guys can hear me?
You have appeared.
Yeah, we can hear you. How are you, man?
I am good. I am good. Sorry, I'm just very kind of frazzled right now. I just came out of the shower and I'm like, oh crap. I think it's just hit me what this is. This is like a freestyle live stream and I still feel that I'm really shit at freestyle.
Well,
Oh, well.
to you're not alone in this, Michael. I was like, okay, so I'll sit back for the freestyle part. You guys have fun. And Michael insisted that I show up. And I think we're similar experience and level in this. So I'm as terrified as you.
Excellent.
And
We can learn together.
Yeah, let's learn together. Maybe as excited. So let me pull up some music.
I'm just going to post this to my Instagram as well, so we can get some more people in for whatever that's worth.
Yeah. Do you have the link?
Yes, I'm going to do it like a swipe up type situation. So
Swipe up.
screenshot, swipe up. Why not?
Why not? Okay, let's see if this works.
All right. Let me do a 2-second bio break. I'll be right back.
Guys, I'm freestyle rapping on the live stream for the next hour, lol. Swipe up to check it out. Swipe up to join.
The lull is important.
It's got to be done, yeah.
It's got to be done.
That hedging.
Yeah.
There we go. And let's tweet it as well. Just a bit more fun.
Oh, nice. Okay, now I got to find out if the music is working. So how do I get this to work? I think it's this.
What's your experience with freestyle rapping, Tristan?
Michael convinced me to try freestyle rapping. I think like a couple years ago, and I got excited, and I tried for like a month. I'd freestyle rap in the car like crazy, and well, not like crazy, not as much as I wanted. I even got my 3-year-old kid at the time to try freestyle rapping with me. He'd ask, he's like, "Dad, can you put on a beat?" And we'd go nuts. But it's only I kind of didn't freestyle rap since then until like a few months ago when Michael got me. We had a friend and Michael, and we did like a little cipher. Then Michael created this magical experience, lights off. It was like kind of a closed-eyed thing. And so suddenly my self-consciousness started going down a little bit, and I experienced freestyle rap flow for the first time.
Yeah. Okay.
Where it was, I don't know, have you felt that, where the words just keep coming out and you don't understand why it's working?
I think twice, once in the shower and once in a session with Michael at some point. But
that's beautiful.
Barely.
Well, I'm
It's quite
jealous
nice.
because I've only got it once.
That's amazing.
We shall see.
Well, guys, as most people in the world, the hardest and most uncomfortable part of freestyle rap is the lead up, the moment right now where you know you have to do something and you still aren't doing it.
So I'm going to try and find out if I'm able. You hear the music right now, right?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. So now I have to find out.
Yep.
Yep. How do I get us into 3x3? Ali, can you walk me through this? I don't know how to do it. Wait, I think I know. I think I have to do it here. I have to get rid of this because we don't need it, and then put here. Yeah, now it's the three of us with music, right?
Yeah, perfect. Amazing.
Wow. Okay.
Cool. Well, one of the best ways to start freestyle rapping is to just jump in and rap. Do a little this and that. Talk about the things on the mind, and you don't even have to go rhyme and switch it up a little bit. You feel like a little kid. Yeah, Ali, nice to see ya. Tell me how you doing, man.
I'm doing good. It's nice to hang out. It's a freestyle rap and we're having fun. I just got out of the shower and now my hair is totally wet. It's one of those weird things where when you freestyle rap in there, you don't really know what's gonna come out your mouth, but it's hopefully cool because you're keeping it flowing. Yeah. Tristan, what about you? How you doing?
Holla. Listen, man, I'm excited to be here. I'm feeling like I'm, man, with my beard here. I'm thinking like, where the words coming? And sometimes I wish it would just flow. And I slow down with the music and I let it go. It's about the self-consciousness, letting it fly away, making it die a bit.
Yeah. Die a bit. Fly away. I can say, hi today. Yes, my brain. It's high away. Right away. By the bay. By the way, I'm chilling up here by the bay. Hi. That's all freestyle rap really is. It's just like making the sounds and trying to find variations in words. Ali, how's the course coming along? What's been going on with PTYA?
So things have been pretty good. Up here in the hood of the PTYA, it's the YouTubers, and we've got a lot of students who are in the chat while they're watching us attempt to freestyle rap. It's been super fun teaching over Zoom. It's one of those things that I just didn't know would actually be fun, but it's surprisingly good, and people seem to enjoy it, and that's all great. But I'll slow it down. I sometimes think if I'm just a clown, because when you're teaching people, there's that feeling of like, oh, I don't know, am I really giving them value, or, you know? And I sometimes look at you guys and the way you're so confident and comfortable with your teaching, and I wish I could be as confident and comfortable in my teaching and doing stuff like this, putting myself out there, and yeah, how do you do it?
A little louder on the beat. Yeah, Tristan, a little, little lower. There we go. Let's talk about that confidence. Hey, confidence is just a mindset. Better hurry up and get it, not much time left. You gotta go ahead and feel where it comes from. It comes from you. You're the one. Confidence is something you can build. Confidence is just a skill. You can go and learn it through speaking. You can go and learn it on the weekends. With Ali, you could learn it on YouTube. Everyone can do it. Yes, you too. With us, you can learn it through your voice. Confidence is a skill and it's a choice. Tristan, what's confidence mean to you? How did you build it? How do other people build it? Where does that come from?
Confidence is a mysterious game. It's something you have to learn how to play. Confidence comes from earned confidence. Confidence comes from earned self-talk. Listen.
True that.
There's no secret here. You have to learn to walk. You have to walk the walk right here, because it's earned self-talk and you can't earn it without doing the actual walk. So listen. Confidence comes from walking. Confidence comes from playing. Play in the turbulence. So you gotta play in the turbulence. You gotta go where it's scary. You gotta lean in to the details and feel where it's coming for you.
Real talk. Ali, I've kind of a interesting question for you. I was thinking, you know, you have like 1 million subscribers, maybe even more, but at some point you had like none. Do you remember that moment where like it felt like something big was happening? Can you take us back to it a little bit? What was that like?
Yeah, it was a weird kind of feeling. It's one of those things that it starts off slow and then you kind of hit the ceiling where you're like, whoa, suddenly people are listening. And I don't quite know why people are listening. Like, it's just me talking to a camera, sharing my life, and just trying to be a viber, you know, just sharing my bit, just doing some teaching. And all I'm doing here is just sitting here and speaking. It's really the moment I knew this was going to be something. I think it was that first few weeks. The main thing that I learned is that I was actually quite enjoying it. It was quite fun making the videos. You know, I was in my medical elective, I was in Cambodia, I was in this plastic surgery center, watching all these surgeries happen on all these kids. And I realized that it wasn't that meaningful. It wasn't that fun for me, and I thought it would be. But the thing that was meaningful then was, even then, was, you know, making these videos and teaching people what I knew. And because I was having so much fun, I just knew that that's what I had to do. And so coming back to university a few weeks later, I thought, you know what, let's take this serious. Let's grab the camera. Let's put on the lights and the microphone. And let's go. Yeah. Over time,
let's go for it.
Connecting with people like you guys and doing a course and learning to improve and learning the speaking. Now learning how to try this freestyle rapping. It's just been so much fun. I think as long as you can lean into that fun, then things just get done.
It's funny, that's exactly what Ultraspeaking has felt like. When we started the journey together, it was a guilty pleasure. But society rewarded it. I can't go surfing every day and everybody say, hey, keep doing it. No. But also speaking every day, everybody look and say, wow, Success, why? Lucky you. No.
Mm.
I mean, yes. Very lucky me. Because guilty pleasure here. It's play that looks like work. It's play that looks like work.
Yeah, and it's work that looks like play. Hey, find your zone of genius. Do what you love. Sometimes they say it comes from above. God-given talent, your greatest fear. Insecurity is what is near. Go and follow it. All the college kids following their degrees, but that doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel free. It doesn't feel like you, and it doesn't feel like me. Who am I? I didn't know. 21, feeling like I'm out of the flow. I had a good job, an engineer turned project manager, but I couldn't really speak. Miserable for most of my week. Feeling like my purpose wasn't clear, but also feeling like the end is near. What is life about if I'm just gonna die in the end? I don't know, so I had to make a change, you know? I went to Toastmasters. It made me go faster. It made me realize that there's so much more to who I am than I was showing. And maybe, Ali, that's something that you can relate to and see a lot of people as well, where like people want to get on camera, they want to get on YouTube, they want to show more of themselves, but many don't, you know? And it's kind of a shame, but I get it because it's scary. It's very, very scary.
Woo. Woo.
What y'all don't know, by the way, is Ali started freestyle rapping. What day are you on right now?
12, 13?
I think this is day like 21 or something.
Oh, 21, nice.
And I really haven't been practicing as much as I was going to. It's mostly been like kind of five minutes in the shower each morning.
Hey,
Michael,
Tristan,
can you
yeah. Oh yeah, go ahead. I was gonna see if you could get some screen sharing going. Play some games.
Oh yeah, so let me think how I can do that. I can. Okay, I have to do this. You want to? Okay, this is crazy. Let me do this.
What's up,
Okay.
Kishore? Kishore's in the chat. Great to see you, man. What's up, Kumi?
Hey Michael, can you give us like a full-on freestyle rap while I do this? Just like,
Sure.
I'm gonna put you in the center. I don't know if I can actually. Let me see if I can.
Can you give me a different beat?
Yeah, I want to see you like go nuts. Let me see.
Go nuts.
Go nuts. Different beat. Let's see the next one. Tell me if you like it.
Check it, live stream. Ultraspeaking, feeling the flow, letting it go, trying to get in all of my soul. I don't even know what I do, but I just know that I control too many things that I gotta go change up, rearrange up, feeling kind of stranger. I don't really want to be a stranger, nah, I just want to be a close friend. Listen, every time I spit, it's kind of like this honesty, that self-expression, modesty, you know I got it. I feel like a rocket, Elon Musk up on Mars. When I get into the flow, then I drop all these bars. The microphone be keeping me alive at night when I go spit this shit. I'm sorry that I sweared up on the stream, but I love it quick. I feel like I've been getting in the flow, trying to go and do this, and I'm getting kind of mo. Bada 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 da 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 da. Listen, When I'm in the car, then I drop these bars and I go so hard and I'm in the stars and I try to go ahead and feel myself just a little bit and let it go. And my mind can go like, whoa, taking it a little bit slow. Stutter just a little bit, doesn't really matter. All I really want to do is go ahead and gather a couple thoughts and ideas. Got like Kia, lost like a Kia. I can go be a genius if I want to be. I don't really want to be a wannabe veteran, better than I've ever been, but I want to go ahead and get a little bit better than I've ever been. And I'm lost in my mind. Listen. You can rap like however you want to. Spoken word, talk to the camera, it doesn't really matter. All you gotta do is express and experiment, make mistakes, be embarrassed, feel the flow, and find yourself. For those that don't know, I've been freestyle rapping for about 10 years, maybe a little bit less. And what I've learned from this decade is it's a skill. You can do it at will. I used to go kill for it. I used to want to be I almost quit my job at Symantec at 21 to be a rapper. I wanted to be this artist. I wanted to take it the farthest. I wanted to be the person on the stage who can drop this. But I stopped it because it was hard, and there's a lot of great rappers out there. So doing it as a passion, doing it as something that's just fun. It took me like 7 years just to switch into that mindset because I'm so competitive. I'm so obsessed with being the best. But finally, it's just something that I feel expressed. Finally, something that feels like me, feels so free, feels like my GED, my 1 degree. It's like burning. This is my learning. This is my earning. I'm yearning to let my heart express. I want to say yes to every opportunity to rap with you, with me, with this, with that, with Ali, with Tristan, with everybody. This is Ultraspeaking. This is all there is. It's just to be self-expressed. That's it. I'm done.
Woo! Woo!
Nice. That's so good.
Yes. That was amazing.
Oh, man.
That was very, very solid. Okay. Now
Let's play some games.
let's play some games.
There we go.
Beautiful. Okay. What are we playing? I brought up.
Oh, cool. You can share your screen. Amazing. Well, Ollie's favorite game. Yeah, Ollie wants to play Triple Step. I know, because that's his magic bullet.
Magic bullet.
Let's build up to this. Let's start with slideshow first. Perfect. I think slow mode is perfect.
Is it one?
Cool.
You lead this? I have no idea what's happening.
Well, I just want to give Ollie the floor for about a minute or two, and watch him rap to these to these images.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
Yo, what's up? So this is a rap about my favorite childhood memory. It's one of those things that I just can't even see. I'm in this Chinese store and I'm wearing my mask and I don't know why. It's just a real bask in the sunlight with my black car and my Mazda and my mama, and she's in the driver's seat and I'm sitting in the car and the windows are down and they're blowing in my hair, and now change the slide, see what you're doing, you see the smoke go wild, you see the wind in your face in your back jacket, and you're going down home and see the bracket of the thing and the slide and the da-da-da-da-da, something da-da-da, gotta just keep flowing, gotta keep going on, gotta do my graffiti, chilling up the wall with my homies downtown, and my memory. That's what I'm supposed to be talking about, but I just don't know what I'm even talking about. I just know that I've got to stay in the flow. I feel like a lot of times my memory these days is sitting on my desk with my lights in my face and the camera on and the microphone here, and I just go on and I speak to the camera. I do these live streams and I look outside and I notice the sunset, the clouds in the sky, the air and the wind as they just go by. But really, I'm just sitting here in front of the PC. It's not a PC, it's my Mac. Yes. And you know that I don't believe in Windows because I'm just outside. There's a window in the background with my orange bag, and I've got my childhood memory and I've got my swag, and it says on it, it says Apple, because this is a freestyle rap. And then my name's Michael.
Oh man.
Oh, that was
wow.
Huge. That was huge.
Wow. You caught something there, Ali. You caught the flow.
Oh my god, I'm sweating like an absolute fiend.
My hands are like.
must be the light, must be the heat.
Yeah, it can only be that. It can only be that.
Oh man.
Oh.
Wow.
That was remarkable. And that's, like it's really hard to talk about your favorite childhood memory and make a rap about it. But there was a point, Ali, where you kind of like, you let that go, you ditched that thought, and you just started talking about like being on camera at your desk, and that's where everything just unlocked. So something about like, just following what comes up. It's beautiful. Tristan, you want to give it a go?
I have been fearing this moment. I knew you would ask. Yes, I wish there were a way for me to get rid of as much as I can. And I don't know how. But you know what? Who cares? Only excuses. Let's do it. New song, perfect timing. Wait, where'd you go?
Nice.
Yo, listen. There's very little that's more important than action. You need action to build up traction. You need to find the path and look for it. Ugh. I hate what's coming out of my mouth, so I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna look for the rhythm and for the rhymes and tough. Yo, listen, I don't care about cars. I never have, I never will. Although I like going really fast, it's not about the car I see, but everything around me. Listen. When I look for another slide, I look for what's on it. Usually I have my own thing, but when I'm rapping, it's gone it. I'm not looking for to play the game like I should be really doing. I'm just going for the rhythm and the rhymes, and it's what I can do here. So listen up to me while I try to find a beat.
Yeah.
Listen while I do it, and I feel like I'm a tree. Yo. This is my mug. This is my mug. Give me a hug. Yeah. Give me a hug, give me a baby. Look how that's gonna change your life. I'm gonna talk about that for a second, cause having a little baby, man, oof. My baby is named Maximilian. Maximilian, man, it changes your life. Thank you.
Yeah, that's him back.
Hi.
Fire. Yeah, man. Props to Ali, props to Tristan, man. I've been doing this for 10 years. Ali, day 21. Tristan's maybe freestyled, like, you could count the number of times on his hands.
Wait, Vladan Milosevic just wrote the funniest comment I've ever read, and it's so true. This kind of shows how hard rapping actually is. Yes.
Ali, I saw you did a podcast with your brother, an episode, and you guys released an episode where you were talking about freestyle rap, and you've only been learning it for 3 weeks, but you actually have some solid principles down. So for people that are learning, like, how do I get into freestyle rap? How do I learn it the more optimal way? What are some things that you might recommend?
So here's the thing about freestyle rap. It's actually one of those things you don't know, because and the main point is you want to keep the flow. And there's this thing, I think it's called pattering. thing when you're smuttering and you just kind of and you're feeling the beat and you're just trying to go on, and it feels super cringe when you're first doing this because you're thinking in your head, what the hell is this? But really, if you don't know what you're gonna say, you just do a little bump and a little bit of this and a little bit of bump and a little bit of hey. That's the main principle of learning freestyle rap. The main thing to get over is this fear of looking like a twat. You just got to be okay with doing this sort of thing, and eventually you start like making it, and you start surprising yourself, and you start feeling, whoa, that thing actually rhymed and that thing actually worked. But it's really that lesson of you just got to keep going on.
So keep going on, meaning like even when you mess up, even when there's like something happens and it feels cringy, you got to keep going and put more words out. And then patterning is the technique of it doesn't have to make sense, just use your mouth as a drum to catch the rhythm back. Bada bada beat, bada 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 do. Sometimes I say things, sometimes I do. Bada da da dee da mada nada nada do. And you just want to like feel the rhythm, because if you can't get into the pocket saying nothing, it's gonna be really hard to get into the pocket saying something meaningful. So it feels like the musicality has to come in first. If we could get another beat, I would love to see one other thing, Ali, from you as you've been practicing, which is kind of leaning into your more melodic side. Like you have a background in some singing, don't you?
Background is a strong word. I dabble in it. I post occasionally on my Instagram story. But if that's a background, then sure.
Well, you started on YouTube posting some like covers or some originals. So there was something there, right? Were you learning how to sing actively at that point?
Not really actively. Like my dream growing up was that I wanted to be a music YouTuber, but I wanted to be the one producing the songs, producing the beats, and playing all the instruments. And I had friends who were actually good at singing, and so they were the ones who were going to be singing over the top. Ended up not happening, and I ended up as some sort of productivity fake guru. But the singing has been and music has been like a side quest passion of mine since I was quite young.
Can you explore a little bit of that melodic freestyle rapping, so people can kind of get a sense of there's not just one style and way to do this?
Yeah, when I think of the melody of freestyle rap, and I don't know why I'm thinking like this, and it's and it's like if I'm listening to Ed Sheeran, then the way he's done it, he's like someone, and he's rapping and he's singing at times, and then he's rapping in mind, and then he da 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 dum da 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 da, and it's a little bit more melodic and fun, but it's one of those things, and you just don't know which one, because sometimes people do this freestyle rap and they're super fast and they're like this and they're like that and they're like da 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 bum da 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 da, but then you got to slow down, you take a breath. Da, 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 and you sing a song, and you dump, and then you go downtown with your friends, and then you dump, ba-da-dum, and it's down to the end, and then you kind of feel like you're a bit of a fool, but that's okay, because we're just having fun, and all that matters is that you're going to school, and when you come home, you're doing your homework. So that's the, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like Aaron does the singing thing really
feel
well.
like this every time, and I feel like this. You can go and you catch the flow. No, 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 no. Real talk. Don't stop. Tristan, can you feel that flow? Let's go.
I like that melody.
Yeah.
It makes me feel so free. So let me go crazy with this little melody. Na 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 na. There's something about singing that makes me feel so different. It makes me feel like I can flow and follow the melody. I'm riding this ride and I'm going up high, and then I'm going somewhere else to be tied. And there's no place for me to hide. If I just go with the melody, then everything in me just go crazy.
Nice.
That's what I'm talking
So good.
about. So good. Ali, take us home.
Bum, ba-da, bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, bum. And I'm trying to take us back home with a melody. And I'm trying to flow, and I'm watching the chat, and I just don't know what people are saying and what they think of us, because we're just sitting here, we're just having fun. The freestyle rapping on a live stream, that's so weird. It's so insane how we're just doing this, and it's over the internet, and we've never met in person, but it's one of those things, just you can't deny it. It's fun and it's cool, and you get into that flow, and you feel like a fool sometimes, but that's okay because you're in that flow, and then you're just having fun. And I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's all part of the game.
Absolutely,
Part
man.
of the game. Yeah, solid.
Yeah. Shout out to Murilo.
Yeah, Murilo,
Great
it's been
to
a
see you,
while.
man. Mark, great to see you. And Ayana saying that this is actually so inspirational. Tristan, could you get a new beat?
Yeah,
If you don't
Vladan is
mind.
asking for DJ effects.
Oh, cool.
New beat coming in. Oh, un peu de français, les amis.
Ooh. Tristan, could you do a little bit of French? French
I can
melody
try
rapping?
if this lady stops singing to me. Parce que je peux pas chanter. Si elle chante à ma place, je vais être perdu par ici. Ça va être perdu ma race. Alors quand je vais chercher le rythme, j'ai l'impression d'être dans un vieux film. J'ai l'impression d'être dans la vieille France, dans les cités. Mais je suis pas du tout de là, moi. Je viens du milieu de Paris et ça n'a rien à voir. Alors écoute, moi je m'en fous, je peux rire. Viens, on en rit ensemble. C'est dingue que je suis en train de faire ça, c'est tellement fou. Quand j'y pense, quand le vieux moi y pense, me dit mais comment c'est possible, t'es devant tout le monde, en train de chanter, en train de rapper, tu sais pas faire, mais qu'est-ce que tu fous, mais qui t'es pour faire tout ça, arrête. Mais regarde, je suis là et je m'en fous, allez, je vais aller avec la musique et je vais me laisser emporter, et c'est pas peur, et ça fait du bien, bordel, ça fait du bien.
Yeah.
Vive la France.
Yeah. Vive la France. Wow. We got Romain Bastide saying parfait in the chat, so you know it's solid. Wow, man. That's crazy because like I don't know, it feels so different when you do it in French because like something emerges that feels like stronger, more confident, more smooth. Do you feel it when you're doing it?
Yeah, I think so first of all, it's very interesting because you guys might feel this when you're rapping, you're trying to channel. Well, it's very, very conscious when I switch to French that I'm channeling the French rap. I feel like I'm sent into a specific movie where there's a lot of rap, and like it feels like I'm 17 again with my friends in Paris. And so that plays a role. So it influences something a little bit different. But on the other side, it's also just a few percentage points less self-consciousness because most people can't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And this morning I was hanging out with my son, or yesterday, thinking about the fact that I would have to freestyle rap. And I was rapping with him. He kept asking me to stop, but I wasn't. And it was crazy. I was experiencing like rhymes were coming infinitely to me. And then today there is not one rhyme that came to me in English. It felt like it was like, what? Nothing is working. And it's only because there's no space for it to come up because I'm just blockading it, everything. So all of the ultraspeaking principles, the principles of speaking are true. It's just that the environment being so unfamiliar and the self-consciousness levels being so high with the rapping, because it feels to me, which is probably wrong, that there's a right way and a wrong way. If I don't hit the rhyme, it's probably wrong, but it's everything for teaching.
Ali, what does that make you think?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If I think of freestyle rapping, all I think of is the rhyme, and I feel if you don't rhyme, then you're doing a crime, because what's the point of freestyle rapping otherwise? But this is something that Michael's been telling me, that it's not necessarily about the rhyming, it's more about the feeling and the flowing and the getting out of your head. And it's easier said than done. You know, it's what's needed if you want to have fun. And when you're, it often feels quite cringe, but I think you've got to lean into that to unlock anything interesting in life. Yeah, I find that when I'm in the shower and I'm just kind of rapping by myself, then the rhymes are just coming and they're out of my head, and I didn't realize that. I was like, oh wow, that's a pretty good rhyme, and the water's flowing through my hair, and I'm just sighing because it's like quite fun and it's kind of cool. And I know that when next time I'm on camera, I'm just gonna be a fool because I don't know how to rap like this when it's in this mode. And I know people are watching, and then they just feel so slow. I feel so slow in my head, and you know, getting blocked. That thing that you said, Tristan, about, you know, having that block where you don't know what you're saying, you don't know where the rhyme is coming from, and yeah, it's just, I think that's one of the things I'm trying more to explore than trying to embrace, this idea of just getting outside of your head and letting it flow, and having the feeling in your heart, and just letting the words come out and trusting that your brain is going to do the work. Not even thinking of it as work, just thinking of it as, this is just life. This is speaking. We're just expressing ourselves, and that's all totally cool. We don't need to have this filter, this block that stops us from saying what we really think. Freestyle is fun. It's kind of cool. Not what I expected, but hey, at least we can look like fools together.
Man, that thing, cut it, clip it, and publish it, because that was everything, you know? I think there's something so powerful about like the energy of what you're saying, what both of you are saying, right? Where, I don't know, you just have such different styles, and sometimes it feels like spoken word, sometimes it feels like rap, sometimes it feels like speaking. But with background music, like, music just makes it more come to life. So shout out to you, Ali. You're 21 days into this, and look what you're doing. This is nuts. You know? Let's play one more game together. I want to see you at Triple Step, Ali. This is kind of the thing you've been after the most.
This is the dream.
This is the dream. So let's get some reps into
Harry
that.
Mack, the Chris Photo style, where you just pick random words and you just vibe.
Hey, would you want to meet Harry Mack sometime? Ali?
Yeah, is he a friend of yours?
He's not a friend of mine, but he's a friend of a friend. Oh. And I just know that I didn't really know Harry Mack very well. I thought he was just like a freestyle rapper.
Yeah.
You know, who's really, really good. But the more I listen to him, like, I can kind of see his heart and soul. And he's just like such a great inspiration to people.
Oh.
So, man, if we can make that happen, that would be a dream.
That would be
Harry
cool.
Mack on the stream.
Yeah.
How many cards? What settings have you been playing around with, Ali?
We go like 6, 8.
6 or 8. That's a very, very big difference.
Let's try 6 on like a minute 30.
Right. Beautiful.
And go from there.
Cool. Here we go.
If I could live my life again, I'm not sure there's anything I'd really change, because even though I'm not doing what I thought I'd be doing when I was young, I'm lying on my pillow and I'm feeling good, and I'm having fun, and I'm hanging out with my friends on the internet, and it's just kind of cool. It's like earlier today, I was cleaning out the fridge and I saw a can of Coke and I was like, what the hell's this? Why do I have a can of Coke in my fridge? Like, it's just so unhealthy and like, I don't want to be a bitch, but I looked at the Coke and I thought, you know what? This is what my life is about these days. I'm sitting at home and I'm making videos and I'm on the phone all the time. I've got my candle on my desk. I've got my camera in sight. I've got my microphone in my hand with my coffee and my grime playing on the speakers, feeling like $1 million, trying to earn $1 million. I've just been chasing money quite a lot. But anyway, when I think about it, when I think about if I could live my life again, probably the only thing I'd do is I'd probably take dating a bit more seriously. Maybe online dating, maybe something like that. Maybe these apps, the Tinder, the Bumble, the Hinge, maybe being a bit more vulnerable, like on these, like with these girls when talking to people, this sort of stuff. That's probably the only thing that I would do if I were to live my life again.
Boom.
Boom.
Bow, 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 bow.
Where is that? Michael.
Beauty. Inner beauty. Man, the beauty of what you're able to do is you mix like freestyling with speaking, with vulnerability and authenticity, and I love it. Check it. Beauty. There's beauty in the people, there's beauty in the crowd. Diversity is quiet, we need to make it loud. It's just a puzzle, you gotta fit the pieces. Beauty's in the Reese's, the peanut butter cups. You gotta go and taste that chocolate. All of us, we should go and talk a bit. Realize that we're not that different. Nah, we could change it in an instant. But really, all of us have the fear that the beauty isn't coming through clear. That's if we don't speak from the heart. We gotta go ahead and restart. Listen, most people like a jellyfish, spineless. But most people, timeless. We gotta find this flow and get in it, cause all of us don't have an upper limit. Americans are fighting way too much. I know that here life is too tough, too divided, so different. We gotta change it up a bit. Beauty and the Beast, y'all should not compete. I am not the best, but my rhymes are kind of sweet. I just gotta do it. Go and take the switch, flip it up a bit. Go and take a trip. Listen, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of this. Gotta go and find it, and do not miss what matters and what makes you you. That's the beauty in this. That's the only thing true. Let's go.
So good. Oh my god.
So good, dude. That ending was astounding.
Man, we're approaching the end of this, and we'll take a short little break. What's coming up next is we're gonna have a high performance coach, Romain Bastide, streaming live from Portugal, starting in about 10 minutes. We're gonna break down the science of ultraspeaking and how it relates to high performance sports, Wim Hof breathing, all of this sort of high intensity training, and why ultraspeaking fits into that, which I can't wait for. But man, Ali, while we have you here, I'd love to know a little bit, first of all, just on this journey. You're day 21, you're 9 days away from your 30-day project. When you were starting this thing, you had an idea of where you were going to be. Tell us, where are you? How does this fit into where you thought you might be?
And when I was starting how to this thing of learning how to do this freestyle rap thing, I was just looking at people like Harry Mack and Chris Turner on YouTube, and the people who are like making a living out of doing this with like hundreds of thousands of subscribers, like doing stuff on the streets. And I just thought, wow, it just feels like a real black box. Like I don't know what the road is from here to there, and how I can even come close to that level of mastery. And I'm still nowhere near that point. I think it's a very long journey, but now I feel like the path is a bit more clear, and I know a bit more about what freestyle rap involves, and the rules and the fundamentals. And so now if I'm chilling in the car and I just put on a beat and I can spit some bars, which I wouldn't have done before, because I wouldn't have even known that it's a possibility that you can just talk to yourself like that, and you got to just keep on flowing. Like if you're trying to do freestyle rap, and you just keep on pattering and all that kind of stuff, and it's the musicality and it's all fun. And that's been the real thing that I've learned over these last 3 weeks, that actually I should just let go of my fear of having to do this properly, and actually just embrace the fact that I'm learning, and every time I suck and every time I fail, it's all good, because it's just a path to, you know, being good at this. And even then, like, another thing that I noticed is that, you know, watching you do like a live stream, Michael, it's like there are lots of moments where you're like spitting absolute fire, but there's also moments where there's not much happening. And, you know, when we see people, we see like the edited versions of themselves, we see like the highlight reel, and, you know, we see the highlight reel of other people, but we see the behind the scenes of ourselves. And so when I think of myself trying to freestyle rap or trying to sing or trying to do any of these things, I just kind of feel that, oh my God, I'm so crap. I suck at this. Like, people are going to think I'm a twat. But if I edit myself together like I do on a YouTube video, people think, damn, you're quite confident and you're in the flow and you kind of know what you're doing. And I think that's also the case with freestyle rap. And really, the thing that this has given me is just kind of helping me realize that I can do things that feel cringe, that make me feel like an idiot, and that's fine, because I'm just learning. And ultimately, no one really cares. It's all good. You know, the spotlight effect that we all walk around thinking that other people, you know, are staring at us, but actually it's all in our head. Everyone's just worried about themselves. And the fact that I'm doing some shitty freestyle rap on this live stream, no one actually cares. And whether or not I post it on Instagram or post it on Twitter or post it on YouTube, and like, you know, it doesn't really matter, because everyone's just doing their own thing. People are probably quite impressed that, oh, he's got the vulnerability to put himself out there. Just like you, Tristan, you haven't done this very long, but you're out here, you're having fun, and we're doing this live stream. And I feel like a lot of people are in that position where they want to have that comfort to have that vulnerability to put themselves out there on the internet, and they're worried about what people will think. So that's been probably my main lesson from this freestyle rap journey. Just don't worry about it. Just keep flowing, do your own thing, and learn at your own pace.
I love that so much, because as you were sharing this, I was thinking about how I learn, how I love learning. And what came up immediately is that there's almost nothing to learn from edited content. You know, I learned how to do stand-up paddle surfing. Stand-up paddle surfing is, you take surfing, which is already very difficult, and then you take stand-up paddle on like uneven waters, which is like incredibly difficult, and then you turn that into a tiny board and it becomes close to impossible at first. You climb up on the board and you fall down, and that's what stand-up paddle surfing looks like. Then you have to like, so if I can barely stand on this board, how do I get out through the waves? I can't go under the waves like you would on a surfboard. I can't fall every time, otherwise I'll never make it out. So what am I supposed to do? And you go online and you start looking around and you start trying to understand, like, what do the people who know what they're doing do? And if you look at edited clips, there's nothing for you. You just see someone make it look so easy that you understand nothing. But then one day I found a competition, like old footage from like 5 hours of live footage of a competition. And I was watching the best people in the world, and I could see them falling. And I can see them exactly what you described for Michael. I could see moments where they were kind of average, missing waves, falling. I could see how many waves they were getting right versus how many waves they were actually missing, which waves they were taking, how they were making it out. And all of these details are what allowed me to accelerate my learning dramatically. So in putting ourselves out there and in doing this live, I feel like we're gifting people the opportunity to see what it actually looks like to learn. And that most of the time it doesn't work. And I might have, if I'm generous with myself, maybe I have 15 seconds or 20 seconds of these 45 minutes that are damn solid. Or if I put them out with no other context, it might look good. But in reality, that's not what's happening. But that's the only way you can turn 15 or 20 seconds into 30, then 50, then like Michael, who has a much, much higher percentage than us. And I think that's what Ultraspeaking is as well. In a sense, we're all learning in public, so everybody gets to see everybody fumble. And there's something magical there.
And let's just add that note, learning in public. Ali, you
Yeah, wow.
You are on point today, man. Like I've never seen you like this. You brought your A game, and whether you feel that or not, that's what I felt watching you. And I know what I know for sure for both of you is that you guys leveled up today because you're under pressure, you're in front of people, and you have to perform because you want to do your best. And so that's why I admire Harry Mack so much. He's just getting so many public reps. His level of progress is insane, and not enough people practice the cringe stuff in front of an audience live because it's too scary. But man, does it level you up, because pressure's a drug. It's a performance enhancer. So man, Ali, I know people know where they can find you, but is there any other last thought you might want to share? Any shout outs you want to give, or even tell us a little bit about what's next for you?
Yeah, especially thanks for having me. This has been a lot of fun, and thank you, Michael, for being so generous with your time and kind of for coaching me on this freestyle rapping journey. It's just great how I just kind of mentioned it one time, and you were like, "Hey, I can help you out with that." And you just kind of helped me out with that, and that was really cool. So I really appreciate that. And yeah, Tristan as well. Like our coaching sessions for the speaking stuff have been really good, and I still have my post-it note telling me that silence is good. I should speak slowly, which is nice. It doesn't really apply. The speaking slowly thing doesn't necessarily apply to freestyle rap, although it can do. Yeah, looking forward to continuing the journey. Looking forward to continuing to be friends with you guys, and we should totally hang out when the world stops ending.
Yes.
Oh man, absolutely. Ali Abdaal, everyone. Ali, man, so great to have you here. We'll see you soon, and fantastic job today.
See you later. Thanks, everyone.
Cheers, Ali. Whew. Okay. Whew. The music stopped. Hey?
Man. Hey.
Cool. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this guy up, and I'm going to put a timer for... Can I change this timer? I don't know how this works. Somebody save me. Oh, no. 3 minutes.
Guys, stick around. We're going to get started in 3 minutes with I'm so excited for this interview, man. I can't wait. Let me go see if my wife might make some more coffee.
If I take more coffee, I will die. Okay, stick around, guys. This is gonna be fascinating. Romain is brilliant and has learned so much in the past years about high performance. He's taken so many courses and so many different things in addition to coaching high level people. So he's going to be able to explain a lot of the things that we believe and we've discovered but don't really understand. And I think this is going to be a very fascinating conversation. I'm excited. Okay, see you in 2 minutes.
Hey guys,
There we go. It's good
Romain,
to see you.
how are you?
it's great to see you, man.
Excellent.
I should say, how are you? Since you've been freestyling for 1 hour. In French, it was better.
This is amazing. We don't have music right now, right?
I'm looking for a.
I have a beat on. This should work. Do you hear?
Yeah, something maybe exactly
soft,
just a little
this
bit,
is just
a little
soft,
bit
soft
softer.
music for our background.
Yeah, exactly.
There. Let's chat.
All right, amazing. Okay, so first off,
I'm gonna stand.
shout out to the people that are watching right now. Thank you guys for joining us. You're in for a treat. We're here with Romain Bastide, and this interview I've actually been looking forward to the most out of our 5 hours, because there's just something so special about the perspective that Romain brings. So what I want to learn about today, of course, a little bit of your story, because you started off as a banker, Romain, and you ended up coaching one of the world's best tennis players and a billionaire and all these atypical people. And so I, of course, want to know how you went from banker to performance coach. And then hopefully the direction will take us somewhere magical. But I would love to, by the end of it, also get your take on what you see in Ultraspeaking that you see in other areas of your life. I know you do Wim Hof breathing and have really dove into that. So I'm really excited for this conversation because I want to learn so much about how you see the world. So let's get started, man. Thank you for being on our show. And maybe you could tell a little bit to people that don't know you, like what's your journey been? How did you go from banker to entrepreneur to coach?
Well, first, people have to know that I'm very impressed to be with the teachers in the same room. And then my journey, yeah, I think it started as an accident. I became a banker in a trading room, and I spent maybe 11 years doing it. And every morning during the 11 years, I would wake up feeling bad, feeling depressed. And I didn't want to go. And I had to go. And everybody outside was thinking, yeah, Romain is very successful. He's making a lot of money. He's a superstar. But I was miserable, like literally. It took me 11 years to have the courage of living something I know was not in aligned with my soul and my purpose and what I really wanted to do in life. And then I kind of asked for a sabbatical, which was the first step to commit suicide, bunking suicide. And then when you ask for a sabbatical, it means that you're out of it. And then 2 years later, I managed to get out. And then I started to create a startup. It was a startup where I put people together, and I will create, like you do, a cohort of people. But instead of learning public speaking, they will learn how to quit smoking together. And then during 21 days, they will support each other, cheer each other, get some coaching and get some support. And after the first 21 days of their quitting experience, instead of being a pain, instead of being suffering, they will just like enjoy making new friends, do some new activities, yoga, meditation. And then after 3 weeks, without noticing, you will have quit smoking. So we try to literally change the experience of quitting smoking. I did that maybe for 3 years, and after 3 years, I think I was fed up. Like everybody will only talk to me about smoking. I was like, no. It was a first step, but I think what I really love is like helping people. And I mean, since I'm a kid, I'm like everybody's in this room. I'm a competitor. Like I want to learn. I want to be the best. I want to compete. I want to learn new things. And my journey has been about that. And then I realized, okay, I'm not an entrepreneur. I can't be a CEO. I can't have just one project and go and do it every day. I feel bored after 1 week. So I'm not a good entrepreneur, but the only way I could do that is if I could have 15 or 20 different businesses or projects at the same time, which is not realistic. And then I realized, okay, coaching, projects, performance, meditation, mindfulness, well-being, what could I do? And in 2015, I started to create my own business, my own coaching practice, telling people that I'm going to coach like superstars and champions. But I had literally no clients. And I made myself like a business card written like magician, because I didn't like the word coach. The word coach, I thought it was bullshit for me. So I said, okay, I'm going to be a magician and I'm going to have like champions and I'm going to like be in their life and help them. Like first month, no client. I will go to dinners. I will go to dinners and like keep the face and telling to people what I was doing, like coaching high performers, coaching champions, and really even more than fake it until you make it. I was really like building the confidence and pretending that I'm someone I was not yet. And then the funny thing is that my first client was a previous investor of my startup. So was someone who lost money in my startup. And he came to me saying, okay, I want to do this with you. And I thought, okay, is he doing this to please me or is he serious? But I took it. It was my first client. And then I think it's once you get the first one and you get the confidence. And then the most difficult part for me was to be patient. To find the patience of not having like a multi-million-dollar coaching business in 1 week was very challenging for me. Learning to put some space, to breathe, and to be confident that if every day you do the right thing, meaning you try to serve people and to connect with people you want to work with, that at some point, all these little seeds are going to become flower and you're going to get what you want. And it took me a couple of years to do that. And now I'm in that place where every morning I wake up and instead of being like in pain and not wanting to go, I'm just excited to go. And I have the chance of working with artists, sports player in different sports, tennis, golf, and like top entrepreneurs, CEOs, and I love it. And yeah, I did the course. I did the course because I'm a student of learning of life and a student of the flow, and also I wanted to improve my my public speaking skills. And it was a challenge for me also because, as you can hear, I'm not English, I'm French. And doing it in English, doing all these games under pressure in English was really interesting for me. And I was scared, but I did it. And it's it's life-changing. That's what I'm here right now.
Well, we're gonna dive into that. I'm so curious. And before I ask you this question, it's a little bit sharp, your volume. Is there a way you could turn down your microphone a tad? For your input volume? I don't know if it's coming in loud for you as well.
A little bit. It's not terrible, but can we ask in the chat, is Romain's audio too high?
Is my voice terrible?
That's fine.
No, your voice is amazing.
I'd like to I think I'm gonna stop the audio just because
Oh, we can't hear anything anymore. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, but oh, that's interesting. So yeah, but I'd like to switch scenes so I'm like this to give a little bit of a spotlight to the person speaking. So I think I'm going to we won't get the music with it.
Amazing. So Romain, can we do a little sound check? Can you say something?
Yeah, my name is Romain. I'm not freestyling, I'm not rapping.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
Beautiful. The voice is incredible. So
I didn't change anything, by the way.
Yeah, it must be our software.
It was probably on your side because for me the audio was perfect.
Yeah.
Pas mal. Not
So
too bad.
this is fascinating because where I want to propel the conversation is a little bit forward. You're now, fast forward to today, you're coaching very interesting people who I think what they have in common is they seem to be at the top of their game in one particular game, whether it's tennis or investing or something like that. So what I'm really curious about is what is it that you do for them? and how are you able to serve the entrepreneur, the athlete, and the investor with a skill set that you've cultivated yourself, having maybe not any of these top level skills yourself? What is it that you have or that you can see in others to help them elevate their game?
Yes. I think what's funny about it is that I learned so many things. I did so many trainings. I learned so many tricks and tools and methods to be able to coach people and to kind of transform their life that I got in a place where I was so confused about it because I knew too many things. And at the end of the day, I think what I do best is just to be there for people and to create a space for people that are surrounded by people, by success, by money, that have no space for themselves, meaning nobody is really listening to them. They can't really complain to anyone. They can't give their secrets to anyone because they are on top of their game, like you said. So, and they are also very scared that when someone come in their life, that they are here to take something from them. So I think my greatest gift is maybe that I'm able to create that space and to make people feel safe. And as Ali was saying, just to be vulnerable and not having to create another story, but just be in a space where you can be yourself. And it's very challenging because, as you saw in the freestyle, the main challenge in freestyling is not freestyling, is about not getting stuck in your head with all the comments and all the internal comments, the YouTube comments, and keep going. And it's kind of the same for everybody, even if you're number one in the world or just freestyling for fun on YouTube with some people listening. It's the same. You get stuck in your head at some point, and I'm trying to help them to get out of this head and
Can I jump in? Because
Yeah.
make this real for me. People are trying to excel at a skill.
Yeah.
They're trying to be the best in the world at tennis. They're trying to make a lot of money. They're trying to get their company. And you're saying that there is this other ingredient that has nothing to do with the skill itself, that has something to do with feeling understood, feeling heard, maybe some other feeling that I haven't captured yet. Help me connect the dots. How does one area, which seems very much out here, help with the performance of the actual skill?
Yeah, I think when you have to perform under pressure, it's all the hours that you put before are at stake, because the more you prepare yourself, the more you are able to perform under pressure. But I think it's also your ability to just be present in that space and forget everything. Just no mind, no thoughts, just be there. And this skill gets hijacked, gets interference from lots of things in your day-to-day life. Like if you had an argument with someone, if you didn't sleep well, if you don't eat well, if anything can come up in that specific moment and pop up, and then it becomes an interference. I think what I help people is really to be clear about all the potential interferences that could come, clean them, but also become flexible, become like we do in the course, expect the things to go wrong, expect the worst not to come, expect the ball to go in the net, and not be surprised if it goes, because otherwise you're just fearful in your head again, and it doesn't work.
This is it's so interesting because I never put two and two together. Everything you're saying is basically what we say with speaking. Right? It's the exact same thing. I wrote it down because you said it so well. The biggest challenge with speaking isn't speaking, it's getting into your head. Everybody already knows how to speak is what we say. And I always hear people at the top of their game in sports say at this level, it's about mindset more than anything.
Yeah.
And I never really understood what that meant. I'd imagine it's like, okay, I don't know. I think they have to have a solid mindset. They have to have a bulletproof mind. But I had no idea what that actually meant. And listening to you speak and tying this with speaking ourselves, with our speaking coaching, I realized that it's all the same. It's all about entering flow. Is it as simple as that?
Yeah, it's as simple as that. But the problem is that when you're a high performer, you want to be performant, you want to win. And everything you do is a performance. You want to win. And that's why you are there. It's because of this mindset. It's because of this work, because of this attitude. But it's also the biggest limitation. Because at some point, when you too much want to win, when you have to win, when you need to win, when it needs to happen right now, when you need the rims in the freestyle to go right now, that's specifically when it doesn't come. That's specifically when your mind go blank, and that's specifically when you do the double fault in tennis when you serve for the game. So there's
why is that this insane drive to want the outcome to happen is the biggest obstacle? Why?
Because there's something behind, which is very important, that at some point your level of acceptation that things could go wrong, that you could lose, that you could die, is very low. It's like you go live on stage and you want to be great. You are very prepared. You did everything to prepare yourself. And if before going there, you don't have an acceptation that it could go wrong, it doesn't mean that it's going to go wrong, but it could go wrong. There's a possibility that it could go wrong, that you have the right to lose. Nobody will judge you. You will still be loved. But if you don't have this inside you, then it's too much. And under pressure, it's going to be too much because you don't want to die and it's too much. Sometimes it's going to help you, but sometimes it's going to make you completely lose your game. And what's funny about all the people I work with, even if they are entrepreneurs in sport or artists, they all started because they were creative. They were like a kid. They were inspired. They wanted to do something. They wanted to achieve things. They wanted to create a new future. They wanted to win. And they were like kids. And it's basically being like a kid that helps them to learn, to grow, to win. But then it became so serious. It becomes very serious because there's money at stake. You have sponsors, you have investors, you have clients, you've got people working for you. So it becomes very serious and you need to perform. And then you wake up in the morning and you have to perform. And that's when you get burned out. That's when you lose sense of what you're doing. That's when you feel very lonely. So, and it's the same with speaking. You need to surrender, to go deep in the process, to play the games, but to accept that you could look like shit and it's okay. And if you accept that it's okay, then you forget about it. You stop thinking unconsciously about it all the time. Like if it could go wrong, if it could go wrong, if it could go wrong. Like I'll give you an example. In golf is one of the most challenging game mentally. Because if you take all the best athletes in golf, roughly they all have the same level technically. They all have the same potential, like 0.1%, it's all the same. It's really not about the technical. It's just about the ability under pressure to deliver your potential. And imagine you're at the beginning of a hole and you look at the green. So that's your target. That's when you say that's your arrow. That's where you want to go. And it's important to know where you want to go. It's important to visualize because it puts you in the right state of mind, in the right physiology, and it's great. But then you need to forget about it. If you don't forget about it, not good. And also coming back to what I was saying is that if, for example, there are some obstacles like the water or the bunker, and if in your mind you say, I can't go there, I don't have to go there, I don't have to go there, well, basically you're gonna go there because you're so much attached to not going there that all your nervous system is focused to there. You have a new target, it's to go in the obstacle. And it's the same thing with not accepting to lose. If you don't accept to lose, that you could lose, that you could miss, then unconsciously you're thinking about that all the time.
Ooh.
What if it happens? What if, what if, what if? And then that's when
huge.
your mind go blank. That's when you freestyle and the rims don't come. But if you accept that you can fail, that you can be yourself, vulnerable, and that nothing's gonna happen, then you're okay. And I think at the end of the day, it's all about, it's all about self-love.
Well, so I understand this what you just said just exploded my brain, because I shared the exact same example, or a very similar example. That's, you know, in driving, if you're trying to, you have to look where you want to go, and if you start focusing on the place you don't want to hit, you're going to hit it. Skiing, anything. And I was talking about that very example, I think yesterday.
Yeah.
But you brought it to a level of nuance that I'd never thought of, and that it hits home. If you don't accept that you can lose, it's the same idea. Then the fear of losing is the thing, is a focus. And if that's there, then you're going straight into that. If I don't accept that I can fail, then of course you're going to fail or fumble or stutter or whatever it is that's not happening. And I felt that so intensely in the freestyle rapping. I've overcome it in speaking, but in freestyle rapping, it was so real.
It's the same thing because, for example, in golf, you only have one ball. So it's so important that you put all your concentration, all your attention, and you have your target, you do your routine, and then you miss. The ball is out. And then you take a second ball. You have 2 shots penalty, you take a second ball. You don't care about anything. You don't even know where the target is. You just go and you swing it and poof, it goes right in the middle.
Yeah.
Why is that?
The error.
Like if we do the freestyle again right now, I put you in the place again right now, all the words are gonna come right now.
Yeah.
Because it's done. You failed. So your level of acceptation now, it's 100%. You don't care.
So tell me about.
Can I ask a quick question before you jump in? Because I just want to explore the extreme side of it, which is the person that is a little bit delusional, but does not accept failure and instead blindly believes in absolute success. Meaning, it's the guy from Fire Festival, if you guys remember that dude. It's the guy that says failure.
A psychopath.
That's what? Psychopath. Yeah. Well, Tony Robbins says, uses this example of, if you want to take over an island, burn your boats. Meaning, don't have a plan B where you return home. There's only one option. It's you take over the island or you die. And death is not an option. What's that?
It's the same thing. If you burn your boat, you accept to die. So your level of acceptation is 100%.
So you think the person that is saying, you ask him, like, how do you feel about playing the #1 in the world? And they say, I feel amazing. I'm going to win. Like, this game is mine. Do you think they are deluding themselves into a confidence where they're just not willing to look at the other possibility? Or do you think that type of mindset is actually a champion mindset?
It's a challenging question. I think for some people it's real. They are born like this. It's deep in their DNA and deep in their mindset. They breathe like it. They know that they're going to be #1. And at 6 years old, they say it and they become #1 in the world. And for some people, it's fake. They just try to convince themselves, but they don't even believe it.
What do you think is the most common amongst the #1s out there, the best in their businesses? Which do you think is the more dominant mindset? Acceptance or blind certainty?
Both. Like if you take Rafael Nadal, I think he's convinced that he's the best in the world and that he can be the best in the world. But when he plays, no matter who is playing, even if he's like a 19 years old or 200 in the world, he will show him respect and he will accept that it's possible that he lose. But it's different because he will go there and he will put everything in the game, and he will put everything that is in his control to win the game. Everything in his attitude, everything, he will give everything. And that's where you should be proud of yourself, is if at the end of the game you gave everything, then you're on the right path to become number one. If at the end of the game you won, but you cheated, you were not like very honest and very into it, well, it's not really a win. Maybe it's a win, maybe it's money, maybe it's points, but you're not winning the internal battle, the internal match. And it's always this internal game about yourself and yourself judging yourself. We always say, like, in performance, you need to get out of your own way. It's the same with speaking. It's the same with golf. Same with tennis. You need to get out of your own way. But to answer the question, I think certainty is not something psychological for me. It's something physiological. When you go in a place of certainty, it's the same thing you teach in speaking. You put your body, you put your brain in a place where there's full confidence. You play as if it was full confidence. And with the physiology of full confidence, if you walk like it, if you breathe like it, then it comes. If you enter the court and you feel like this and you feel miserable and you feel like everybody's watching you, then nothing's coming. So it all starts with the physiology.
I have a question here, because how do you bridge the gap in between understanding all of this knowledge and actually feeling it? Because I find that with freestyle rap, in a sense, I walked into there with a lot of this knowledge, because I've dedicated the last 4 years of my life thinking only about this and speaking, and it's exactly the same thing. Yet for some reason I was confused, and I still am with freestyle rapping. There's certain things that I may understand conceptually, but I haven't been able to embrace. And I wonder if what that might be.
Well, I'm sure you know the answer. It's also all about practice. I mean, practice, and not practice 3 years ago and then practice now. About practicing a little bit every day. And it's also about failing. Because today, what you experience today, which I will not call failing, but which is like not something you expected, is something which is going to help to go to the next level. And if you don't have this, you're not really challenging yourself to go to the next level. So I think it's the perfection of it. And if you look at an athlete, I mean, if you could look at the millions of hours where has been playing and in competition, yeah, there's so many moments like this. So
actually, I expected it to go like this. So that might be the reason why it went like this. That when you said that, I'm like, wait, this is exactly how I imagined it would go. And there was a tiny moment yesterday when I was spending the 3 minutes of freestyle rapping that I spent in the last 3 months freestyle rapping, and everything was coming out, where I had a little bit of hope. But the reality is when the time came and the music went on, I felt what I tend to feel freestyle rapping, and I realized, man, what you said, if you don't accept, you can lose. My focus was there. I wonder if it was if I created a self-fulfilling prophecy, or if in deluding myself I didn't create the right mindset to be able to come in with a free mind.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes we go to some play, some competition, and we think we are preparing ourselves, authorizing ourselves to be successful at it, and giving ourselves permission, like to go and freestyle and have people watching you and be in the flow. But if you're really honest, and that's something that's very important, that's what I bring to people when we work together, is that learn to observe yourself. Learn to observe the patterns in your head. Learn to observe how you react in specific situations. Do you make jokes? Do you run away? Do you become very serious? Do you stop breathing? And the more you can become conscious of what's going on, the more you can change it progressively. But at the beginning, when you become aware of what you're doing, it's not pleasant, because you see all the stupid and bad things that you do. And that's the 4 steps of learning. First step, you're unconscious. You don't even know that you're doing it wrong. Second step, you become conscious that you're doing it wrong. Then you practice with repetition, with fun, slowing down, accelerating, with a safe environment, with the learning switch on. And then you become consciously competent. You know how to do things, you know how to freestyle, but you need to put your attention in a very specific place so that the words and the rims happen. And then you practice. Maybe you go back, you feel like crap, you feel like you don't get anything anymore. And then poof, you go to the next level, you go to the roof, and then you come at a place where you can just do your signature, you can just tie your shoes, and you're completely unconscious and completely competent. And that's the beauty of the real flow, that you don't have to think about anything, it just come. And all the sports people in the world, they are looking for that, to that place where they can go on the court and don't have to think about the position of the hand, don't have to think about anything, and just be there and play. And this place is a place of extreme competence, extreme confidence, but it's also a place of acceptance, and also a place of being playful. Being playful even if it's very serious. And that's all these components that are the experience of the flow, and that you bring in the course in public speaking, which is great.
I want to jump into something in the practice component of this, where at that level, right, the person who's been to the Stanley Cup Finals 7 times is more prepared than the person who this is their first Stanley Cup, and there's a lot of pressure, although arguably they could be the same skill level objectively. So I'm curious, when we were speaking a little while ago, you brought in some Wim Hof breathing as well, and you were talking about how what's interesting about Wim Hof breathing, and I want you to put this in your words, but this idea that like sometimes all you need is 2 minutes to shock the system and get most of the rewards, and this like very short stress on the body to get the majority of the impact. And I'm wondering how that might apply to practice and to pressure.
Yeah,
I guess what I'm asking is to learn quick.
I hear many questions, so I can answer many questions.
I know, but what I'm trying to, I do this all the time, but what I'm trying to get to is like when we're in practice mode and when we're in learning mode and we want to learn faster, like Tristan wants to accelerate his freestyle rapping even faster.
Okay.
How do you do short, how do you practice better?
Well, first you practice with, well, 5 years ago, I read a book which had nothing to do with performance and nothing to do with flow. It was a book from a lady who's helping kids with special needs. And she's helping them to learn and to basically not learn faster, but to re-educate the brain and the body and to learn again. And I think she's a therapist, and she's not in the performance area, but I read the book, and it's she understood everything. You could take the book and put it to what you're saying, and she defines the answer with like 9 principles The first principle is like to play with variations. That's what you do in your fundamental course. There's different games, different variations. It goes fast, there's some reps, different variations. So you need, like, if you want a kid to learn how to go from ear to ear, you don't tell him to go from ear to ear 1,000 times. You help him do that, and maybe do that, and then do that. You do some variations, and then the brain is learning. Then there's something which is to slow down. Like, if you want to take this, instead of doing this, to go very slowly and take it very slowly. By slowing down, you learn. Then for the kids, but it's the same thing for adults, she says you need to put the learning switch on. Like, it's either 0 or 1, and you see it with your kids at home. If you want to teach them how to do something, is the learning switch on? And that's your job, to put the learning switch on, or to check that it's on. Meaning that there's full attention to what you're doing, and not in your head doing something else. And also, like, with kids, it's like you see the eyes opening, you see the smile, there's a body engagement into it. And then you've got, she defines like 9 principles, but I will give you the book. It's called Kids Beyond Limits. And then at the end of the 9 principles, the most important principle, which regroups all the principles, is awareness. To become aware of what you're doing, of what's going on. And this is a practice that doesn't take 1 rep. It takes an entire life of becoming aware. Because there's so many things going on in nature, so many things going on in your brain, that to have this discipline of just be there and observe things and become aware of what's going on without judging things is the extreme skill. So to answer the question and to come back to Wim Hof method, there's also something which is very good for learning, is that if you do 5 hours of something, you get intoxicated by something and you don't learn. It goes the other way. And it's the same with the body. If you want to teach your body how to be more resilient, how to be more flexible, how to be more healthy, there's something in nature called the hormesis principle. And it says that the best way to do it is to put your body in challenging, stressful situation for a short period of time, respecting your capacity to adapt, meaning you don't go too far. And one environment, one ingredient that helps to do that is, for example, the cold. If you go into the cold, like if you go in the ice bath or under a cold shower, if you can stay just for a few seconds to start with, but be really mindful, really present, breathe, observe what's going on and decide to stay there, you're learning. You don't do it 2 hours, you don't do it 10 minutes, you just do a few seconds to start with. And every day you build up. First day you do maybe 10 seconds under the shower, the cold shower. Next day, another 10 seconds. And then you build up 15 seconds, 30 seconds. And then you come to a point where there's no point doing 15 minutes. If you do 2 minutes, it's enough. You have all your learning experience, all the effects for the body are there in 2 minutes.
It's like the point is not to be able to survive the cold, the ice for 15 minutes. It feels like the point is to be mindful of what your brain does when it gets that stimulation, and notice the fighting, notice the resistance, notice the patterns, and then over time train it to do something different.
Exactly. And what's interesting about the cold, the extreme cold, is that everything you want us to experience in the public speaking course, in the Ultraspeaking course, in the cold, you don't have a choice to experience it. Because when you go in the cold, the experience is so extreme for the brain, for the reptilian brain that wants to protect us, that it's like all red flag. And the pain is so is so high that if you try to control things, if you try to be the man with your big ego staying in the cold, like maybe you can stay for a few seconds, but it's not gonna work because it's so extreme. So the only way you can manage to stay in the cold, and we come back to everything we've been saying in the hour, the only way you can stay in the cold is by accepting what is, accepting the pain, accepting the sensations, accepting that there's a part of your brain screaming that you're gonna die, and go deep in that, no mind, and just surrender. And just like in public speaking, use breathing. Use breathing to slow down. Like the first time when you go in the cold, it's so intense that I give only one objective to people, is just to breathe and to exhale as long as possible. To try to go like 8 seconds exhaling. And that's the only way you can slow down. And at the same time, your brain is going, but then you need to. And then what happens, the beauty of it is the beauty of the flow, and what we notice in speaking and in freestyle, and that at some point you stop fighting. You just stop fighting. And when you stop fighting, everything opens, and it's beautiful because you are in a 0 degrees Celsius water, and you start to smile, and you start to feel alive, and you start to feel at ease, and it's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
This is what happened to Lulie this morning. I don't know if you were there, but we coached Lulie the first hour of the stream, and in the last 10 minutes, she broke. It opened up, and she let go, and it was just magical. And it was the oversaturation, just too much, like you were saying, like I can't hold all of this, and then suddenly let go. And when we asked her to describe it, she described it as how did she describe it? It was so beautifully said that I don't want to
I forgot
her words. Yeah. But it was something about feeling most like herself and being able to flow into something. Oh, she it's like she was contained the whole time, and suddenly she went outside of that container, and it was infinite, and she was almost floating.
And you feel infinite, you feel connected, you feel unified, you feel part of everything. You feel the experience of the flow, and in sport is also this experience of being in a place of nothingness. There's nothing. It's just pure energy. You don't even know if you're there. Yeah, like there's this story, like that the mother of me told me that about Tiger Woods, who said that the biggest shots you had to do in tournaments under pressure, he just don't remember them. He don't remember anything. He doesn't remember anything. He just remember when he takes the clubs out of the bag, and he remembers when the ball lands. But in between, no memories.
That's beautiful. We get that so many times with our games.
And that's what's interesting, because when this happened, let's say, for example, you tell your story about your freestyling one night when you've been singing, doing the reggae vibes, and then you had this experience. And I forgot what I was saying.
It had to do with forgetting and flow. Well, this is perfectly topical, but it had to do with
Tiger Woods forgetting the experience he was in when it was high performance. But this is something like we had Sudan on the chat.
No, I got it back. I got it back. So basically, when it happens and when you experience the flow for the first time, and maybe a couple of times, then you become attached to the experience of flow, and you want the flow to happen again. And then it's like the drug. You want your drug to happen again. And then, again, your level of acceptance becomes low, because you're not in the present anymore. You're living in a world where you want today the same experience that happened years ago to happen today. So you're in your head again. And that's the ego. That's the ego coming back from the back door, stepping his way very slowly, and then no flow again. So there's this thing in, I'm not good at martial arts, but I like which is called the beginner's mindset. It's to say when you become like the master of at your craft, and you know everything in the world, and you won all the games, like the thing that you do when you step in, when you enter, you just forget everything. You forget everything. You leave your notes, you forget everything. And you just do as if it was the very first time that you're here, the first time that you speak, the first time that you play. And you just go there, being present with every second, with every second. When I say present with every second, it's also something important, that usually presence has become a tool to become performant nowadays. But it becomes a tool, but it's not really presence, because you say, okay, I'm going to be present so that I'm going to be performant. So you're doing something to get a result. You're preparing something, you're doing a pre-shot routine to get a result. That's not presence. That's better, but that's not presence. Being present is every second has the same importance. When you prepare the shot, when you hit the ball, when you look at the ball leaving your club, it has the same importance. If it doesn't, then you're at risk.
On one side, I'm seeing the practice as being very difficult, this kind of like hyper focus on every moment, and on the other side, I think of kids who have no concept of presence, and they're just, every day is magical for them, and they're achieving presence without even being mindful of it. So what's the pathway for adults that are kind of in the middle, that are skilled somewhat and they do want to get better, so they do have some objective, but they also know that presence is the answer? Where do they go?
I think it's all about the entry point. Which entry point do you choose in your attention to become present? So I can give you a few examples. For example, I just give you a first one. If you use your eyes, like right now, if you really use your eyes and you really look at what's in front of you, but really like you look at it as if you were 5 years old and you discover the world, and you are very curious, you see the shapes, you see the color, you don't judge anything, you just look. If you could maintain that focus, just the look, it's the way of getting in the flow. Because if you do that, it means that your thinking brain is getting busy and channeled in doing that, and then everything is gonna flow. So that's one example. You can do that in public speaking, I guess. It's very powerful. You go in front of the audience, and instead of being in your head, you just look, but you look sincerely, like every second is important. Every second you discover something new when you look, and you look, and you look, and then the words start to flow. Or you can be using your body, like you could be speaking, you could be performing, and you could be putting all your attention, all your focus at observing the sensations in the body. Not in your mind, not projecting yourself, not comparing yourself, not being fearful of being judged, but just being second by second very curious of the sensations. If I do it right now, I become mindful that I have tension in my back. So I just stay with it. I feel my legs, I feel the chair. And you just do that. And if you do that, it slows down. The experience of flow arrives again. That's one example. Another example, which is the crazy thing about sport, is that, and it's very difficult to understand even for top players. When you do a fluid motion, when you do a fluid swing or whatever the sport is, it needs to be fluid in the body. But to be fluid in the body, it needs to be fluid in the brain. And to be fluid in the brain, it means that there's a signal the signal to do the swing has to come from one place and go to the other place directly, like I wait there. If you start questioning things, if you start trying to control things, then interference. It doesn't go there directly, and then that's where you do all these technical faults that from the outside you're going to say it's a technical fault, but it has nothing to do with the technique. It's something neurological. You fucked up the process in the brain to go from one place to another and to take, like I take that pen, there's no minding, no thinking. The brain does it. It's like swinging, it's like speaking. If you start thinking, the prefrontal cortex, it lights up, and then it's scared, so it's gonna interfere, it's gonna pick up things, it's gonna comment, it's gonna judge, and it's not happening. So the question is, how do you prepare yourself, and what do you do under pressure to make sure that the signal goes from here to there directly? And there's a funny thing that the experience for this to happen is the mind doesn't have to be too concrete. If it's too concrete for the mind, then you're in your head, it's intellectual. You're not in the creative brain. So you need your brain to be in abstract mode. So some tools you can use, like in speaking, in golf, in tennis, in whatever you're doing, is you're going to decide that your only objective, your only focus, your only target is, for example, to feel love in your body. To feel, for example, gratitude and love in your body. So you put that feeling in your body, and then your only objective is to stay focused on it. And then you enter in the motion, but all the brain, all the focus, you stay on the sensation, you stay on the love sensation. And if you do that, you're basically stepping out of your own way, and you let your body do its work. You let your mouth speak the words, and you're in the flow. So you've got different things that you can use to put yourself in this abstraction. But it's very challenging for a competitor, because it means that you need to forget about the target. You need to forget about the arrow. You need to forget about the intention. You need to forget about where you're going, which is challenging. But if you do it, it changes everything. And I'm so deep in that I bought some at some point I bought some machines like that can track your activity in the brain, and then there's no cheating. So it says, are you in the right space or not? And then we practice all these drills, and we see that you learn how to put yourself in that space, and then you observe by yourself that when you're in that space, the motion goes fluidly, and then you perform. So then it progressively changes the belief, the pattern in the brain that you need to control things.
This is just blowing my brain. I said in the beginning, before you came in, I think you could hear, but I was saying Romain's going to explain what we do better than we can explain it. And so much of what you're saying, there's more here. I'm learning a lot, but there's so much of the foundation of what you're sharing here that is what we discovered experientially, just through just trying to get people out of their heads into their bodies and to stop thinking about the speaking. We went from we just experimented with hundreds and hundreds, now of thousands of people, and the conclusions we've come to are so linked to this. And yeah, I can't wait to bring this to an even deeper level.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you another example of what you're doing. So what you're doing is you're helping people to learn how to speak publicly very fast doing this ultra speaking method. And you're doing it by putting people in the hot seat, under pressure. In 1 minute, they have to deliver something. And they don't have to break character. They have to stay in it from beginning to the end. They have to stop judging themselves. They have to feel safe. They have to go there and to iterate and learn. And then 5 weeks together, at the end, you're a different man or a different woman. In golf, there's a coach that has been training, a mental coach that has been training an Italian player for 2 or 3 years, and he's been doing the same thing with him. So instead of going to the practice range and hitting 1,000 balls like very casually and then there's no learning, what he will do is that he will put him under pressure. For example, he will like tell him, okay, you're going to run from here to here, and then you're going to go in front of the ball, find the target, and hit the ball. So basically what he's doing, what he's teaching him is how to hit balls with, with no air, with everything fucked up, and still managing to get in a flow under the turbulences. And that's very powerful because all these players, everybody has been training, but they're training like they hit millions of balls. And then when they go on the course in competition, it's the war in their head. All the body, there's some cortisol, all the stress, everything changes. So basically it means that they practice for nothing because they didn't practice the real condition of the game, of the fight. And that's what you're doing. You're preparing people to feel at ease when it's the war in their head, when everything collapses, when you forget everything, when you have an audience looking at you and say, what's going on? You help people to still stay there, start a sentence without knowing what they are talking about, and find their way back and end up on their feet and nobody notices it. Like I remember when I took your guitar course, you really tell people that in music, when people do some mistakes, as long as they stay with it and stick to it and keep playing, nobody notices it. It's the same with talking. And it's the same with everything in life. If you keep working at it with the same playfulness, enthusiasm, that you keep learning, and then... And the last thing I want to say, coming back at the first question, is what I do with people and how do I help them, is that everybody I work with, and I'm the first one we fall in the trap that we want to achieve so many things. We want to perform at so many games. And we live in that world that at some point, once we will have achieved our goals, once we will be number one, then we can relax. Then we can feel proud of ourselves. Then we can remove all the anxiety, all the stress, and we can just be happy to be here and enjoy life. And some people, they devote like 40 years of their life to be the best, to perform at their best, but they have a crappy life. And maybe from the outside, everybody wants to be in their life, but the reality is that they are miserable. And it's so many people in the sport, in the art, in an entrepreneur are miserable. So then the idea is to switch the performance paradigm and to say, okay, just realize that you are doing all these things, but at the end of the day, it's not for the money, it's not for the cars, it's not for the house, it's just to feel emotions. You want to feel these emotions, you want to feel proud of yourself, you want to feel happy, you want to feel at ease, you want to feel released. So why not create a system where the entry point of the system is to practice feeling these emotions. Wake up every morning and to practice feeling proud of yourself, to practice feeling at ease, to practice feeling loved. And then when you do that, two things happen. First thing, you start to enjoy your life. No, three things happen. First thing, you start to enjoy your life. Second thing, you stop being an asshole for everybody around you. Even if you're the superstar, the number one, you stop being an asshole. You start to be a real human being in the present moment, enjoying life and having gratitude for what's there. And third thing is you come to the competition, to the court, to your office with some detachment, some unattachment. Because you know that it doesn't matter if you end up being number one or if you sell your company 1 billion. it's not because of that that you are someone, that you can be loved and you can be someone. So all this is gone, and then now you get something back, which is something we had when we were a kid. You get your freedom back, and you're free. And when you're free, acceptance 100%, and you perform, and that's it.
Wow. Wow.
Holy, I can't take this. This is I want to do everything you're saying. This is the best conversation of my life.
Yeah.
It's wow. There's so much here. Thank you, Oma.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much. I want you back. I want you back on the show because there's so much that I want to explore deeper.
Yeah.
I just want to freestyle.
Okay, then we're also gonna freestyle next time.
Amazing. Roma, tell us where people can find you. How do people get involved with your work?
It's a good question. Well, I'm hiding myself in Portugal, so they can't find me. But otherwise, it's just type my name, like romainbastide.com, and I have a website, and they can find me.
Amazing.
I just posted that.
And if anybody has a question, a suggestion, or wants to ask me anything, I'd be happy to interact.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you so much for enlightening us and for being here.
Come on.
Truly.
This was fascinating.
Yeah. Roma, we'll talk to you soon. Really
cool. Take care,
you being
guys.
here.
Was a pleasure.
Cheers, Oma.
Thanks, man. Man, my mind is just. I wish we had another hour because I wanted to bring in the spirituality universe aspect of it, because people are writing in the comments right now, like Boris wrote a quote from Dawson Church that he paraphrased, join the universe by finding and matching the tempo of life. Oof. Let go of the edges of yourself and participate in the dance of what we call consciousness.
What? Where did you read it? Where are you reading? Is this in the chat?
This is in the YouTube chat.
Oh wow!
And
that's amazing.
What Amira wrote under that is flow equals alignment with the multiverse. Alignment with the multiverse. And so I really wanted to ask Roma, like, if you want to excel at the skill at high performance, it seems like you have to have this. Like, it seems like spirituality and the deeper curiosity of how the universe works and this alignment with what is and what is nature, like that has to play a role in your ability to detach and to surrender. So I just find that so curious.
I've never been more happy to have started something. This is the Ultraspeaking is the thing, one of the things I'm most proud of in my life. But starting this live stream, I already know is going to change so much, because all I want to do is talk to Romain Bastide and everybody like him. I'm going to treat so many things differently. I want to run to my wife and say, let's wake up in the morning and practice emotions. And I want to treat my chess practice in a different way and set a timer. And instead of playing for 30 minutes, I want to see how hard can I focus for 3. And I want to use all of these things that he's been talking about and apply our own principles of Ultraspeaking. Where can I apply these in other areas in my life with more intention? And I just feel so inspired by this conversation that I'm excited that we have this platform now. We have Ben in the green room. I'm gonna let him in. Can you really? I need a short bio break.
If you can allow me to share my screen, then we'll
Do I need to? Oh, you mean, okay,
get started.
See if I can do that.
Just so Ben and I can get started. And by the way, Mark, if you're on the call and you want to come join us here, I'm going to send you the link to this thing.
What's up, Ben?
It'd be great to have you on. What's up, Ben?
What's up, guy? How you doing?
Is our head coach at Ultraspeaking. Killer Ultraspeaker, teacher, phenomenal man, phenomenal human being. Man, you're someone that I really look up to.
I appreciate that. That means a lot to me.
So let me see. Is this your screen, Michael, right now, or is that mine? No, it's yours.
This is mine. Let me get this. Although now I'm full screen, so I can't really see Ben, but I'll do this. Okay, very cool.
Can you
mute it a little?
Can you manage the top and bottom, the proportion? I'm gonna hide myself just for a second so I can go.
Sure, as we're.
I'll be right back.
Something's up. Oh, there we go. All right, Ben, have you been tuning in?
I have, man. I had a session earlier this morning, a coaching session. So I was able to tune in with the rap session with Ali, which is pretty epic, and got to hear most of Roma. So he's a really great guy, and certainly there's a lot to learn from him. So I think you guys are onto something for sure with the live stream here. It's been great to read the comments as well, and so something special is happening.
Yeah, I can certainly feel it. I love it because I've never been a part of something so visceral where it feels amazing to be here, and I feel like I'm learning so much.
Yeah.
And to be able to do that live and have people join us, it's really incredible. For those of you that don't know Ben, now Ben, can you tell a little bit about yourself? Just to give people context, what's about to happen for this next hour is we're going to play some Ultraspeaking games. We're going to walk through hopefully the entire simulator, the entire like collection of these games. So what Romain was talking about was training under turbulence, training the moments where you feel pressure, where you want to run up and hit the golf ball because you want to have variability. We're going to go through this set of games and practice the different avenues of speaking skills. And what I love about you, Ben, is I've never seen somebody train harder and be more dedicated to putting in the reps than you. And so we're going to showcase some of that today. But tell the folks a little bit about you. What are you about? What do you do? And anything else that comes to mind.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm definitely happy to be here, and having met you and Tristan last year. I'm a pretty curious person, and I love to read. And so I came in contact with you guys with Ultra Learning. I'm always looking to see how I can improve. I've been preaching now for almost 12 years. So that's when I saw the book and I learned about Ultraspeaking. I thought that this is something for me, and I want to see what these guys can do for me. So it's taken me on this amazing journey. I preach full time. I also do some life coaching, Ultraspeaking coaching as well. Married for almost 17 years. I have a 9-year-old son. So life is pretty good. I'm certainly a blessed man. And so it's just been a great journey, just learning so much from you two. And just always trying to get better and just trying to see what's the next level.
Fitness is also a big part of your life too, yeah?
Yeah, I majored in kinesiology, so I've always been interested in fitness, and I love to work out, and I've done some coaching in that respect as well. So exercise is something that's really, it's not really a secret formula, but it's a place where I get a lot of my ideas, a lot of different thoughts, a lot of different sermons. I have a podcast, and so I'll come up with different ideas there as well. So fitness, working out, I worked out about 30 minutes this morning. Excited about today. And so that's something that's a big part of my life as well.
It feels to me like the person who loves fitness, sports, working out, seems to have like a particular mindset that vibes really well with Ultraspeaking games. Do you notice some of that?
Yeah, I think there's a big connection there. There's another client I've been working with this past week, and he's got a Peloton bike. So when he saw mine, we started chatting about that a little bit. But there's something there about just performance, wanting to get better, trying to be sharp. A lot of the things that Romain was saying, putting pressure on yourself, and being motivated, being self-motivated to do it. It's a hard thing to play these games and then to play them in front of people you may not know, to put yourself in this pressure. But it's a hard thing to get up each day and to say, I'm going to go out and exercise as well. So I think there's definitely something connected there.
Incredible. Well, let's play some games. And I think we have someone else joining us too.
Cool.
Just a second.
I had to ask Tristan. He was saying if he drank any more coffee, he would die. I'm so curious. How much coffee have you had this morning, bro?
I can't hear you.
I'm back. I have so this is probably going to sound like nothing at all compared to what you can do. I just drank, like, I didn't even drink that much. That's the crazy thing. But I didn't eat anything this morning, and I was instantly jittery. I went to Starbucks this morning at 6 a.m. and for some reason their coffee is the only coffee that gives me like jitters, and so I drank, I don't know how, it felt like half a liter, something. It was still a lot of coffee. But it put me in quite the state.
Yeah.
Let me see. We got Sudan coming in. Let me see if I can add him in here. Get our fourth player. Round. Sudan. There we go. Cool.
What's up, Sudan? Good to see you.
Sweet. Okay, this is going to be fun. What a ride. So, yeah, Sudan, why don't you share a little bit about your journey? How did you discover Ultraspeaking? Sudan is also one of our coaches, newly created coach, still in the process. Oh wait, you're muted.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. It's been an exciting journey for me. I came on this boat to basically not to feel rusty when I speak, because I got into a graduate program after working for about a decade. And I was feeling rusty. I feel that to get out of my rustiness, I got to practice how the business communication will and how to change the environment and speak. But what I discovered was something different. It's this game, and kind of now I'm thinking if I would want to go back to the field of graduate program I studied, because the flow that we're talking about, it's something that I felt right. We started in the first week or second week into the game, and I was so low in that. And I want to feel that more. It's more, I want to keep feeling that more. And in the process, my outer life was getting better. My relationship, the clarity of thought, and also solving the different problems and dealing with different emotions. Like basically to transfer everything from the game perspective to real life scenario, right? From snow globe. That's it. It's an exciting journey. I don't know what's in store for me, but super stoked on being part of here and training with you all and up my skill more.
Yeah, I love it. And there's no better feeling than having that transfer to the rest of your life. That's when I knew I was going to get hooked for this. When my journey started, it was a 7-month competition, grueling competition, and the first 6 months, the first 3, there was almost no overlap in my life. It was just a exciting, crazy project. And the second 3 months were literally life-changing. I just kept walking around the world feeling slightly more confident. Just there was little differences coming, more in tune, more at peace with just walking around, because I didn't have to have the alertness of like, what if somebody asks me, what if I have to, and I don't like that feeling. And there's no better feeling than when you get to the place where the Ultraspeaking, the training, the speaking starts blending into the rest of your life. So I'm stoked for you.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's jump in. Let's practice. So the next 45 minutes is the simulator showcase. And what we want to do is we want to showcase some of the skills that we can build through Ultraspeaking games. Triple Step is one of my favorite games because if you haven't seen it earlier on the stream, your job is to give a meaningful speech, say something that you actually can stand by in a short amount of time. So you got to come up with content within a minute while integrating random words on the fly and making it seem like it was the plan all along. So this is really about training your ability to stay on message and focus. And what we like to do at Ultraspeaking, especially with our coaches, is to play on some advanced settings. So let's see that in action. Let's see what Ben can come up with here, and we'll take some turns. Ready, Ben?
Ready. You know, my favorite superhero has to be Iron Man. And when I think about superheroes, by far, they have to be sacrificial. And that's one of the big characteristics of superheroes. They have to be in tune. They can't be listening to headphones. They are concerned about everyone, the homeless and the rich, those who are making $1 million. They're willing to sacrifice their time to make sure that they can connect with others, whether it's learning a language, and they're not unconcerned or not concerned about petty little things like snacks or popsicles. They're concerned about the bigger issues. And so they'll bypass the dinner guests and make sure that they stay strong and make sure that they are there to erase the things that need to go away through their sacrificial living.
Solid, man.
Very, very solid.
That's great. It's when you caught the thread somewhere there, right? Right around when you're talking about they're willing to help others, the homeless, not just the rich. Like you hit on something. And how did you find that thread?
Well, you know, with this game here, what you want to try to do is try to be as clear as you can up front. So for me, with this topic here, I just really wanted to talk about being sacrificial. That's a quality of heroes. So I just really tried to tie that in and keep going back to that. I think I lost it a little bit in the middle of it, but if you can have a single train of thought, one thing, your arrow at the beginning, then it makes it easier for you to go back and to kind of seamlessly tie these words into it.
Yeah, beautifully put. Let's see Sudan in action. Ready, Sudan?
Sure. Yep. All my life I lived in my city, but I haven't figured out how to live. I go along with the crowd, go to the bar and had a few sips of alcohol. That doesn't give me a kick to figure out how to live in the city. There was a moment where I go around and have the vacation, have some snow to feel and discuss some politics and different ideas of how to live a life. Oh man, it's hard. Maybe it's very easy to find tantric yoga in New York City than other part of the city where you have a lot of foams and I just shaved off my beard. Doesn't make my life better at all, but being meditative state is also similar to Mariana. It's not similar to city. Thank you.
Way to end. Way to stay in it. What was that like?
So,
can you share a little bit of the experience?
I guess when I felt I need to speed up when there were three or four cards were lining up. That's when I was looking to jumble up maybe and felt a little lost. But I think when the New York City Tantric Yoga, that kind of gave me that flow to stick together. And I just shaved a beard, so it was able to quickly meditation and marijuana.
So what you and Ben had in common, and you guys are two of our Ultraspeaking coaches, what you guys had in common is both of you got a little bit lost during certain part of the game, which is the point of the game. To feel that feeling, because we all know what it feels like to like be rambling or to really be speaking, but feel like, we're no longer in control of it. And then train the mindset of how do you handle that scenario. So both of you kept your cool, kept your composure, the confidence was high, and you found a way to end. And that's what this game is about. So let's make it a little bit harder. We'll start with Tristan, and then we'll each do one, and then we'll get a different game. All right, hardest settings. One day I want to see even more cards and even less time for impossible settings. But for now, let's do this. Ready, Tristan?
Yes. There always is a weakest link, and you gotta look for it, because when you find the weakest link, it's like being reborn, right? You need diversity in your life, and you need to be able to find new places to work on. So sometimes you have to stay up late and analyze, look in deep, and you got to make a vote. You got to make a vote. I'm going to choose this. I'm going to write it on a piece of paper, and I'm going to find another job. I'm going to turn into a plumber. I'm going to make something deeper within my own life, but find the weakest link.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
It's so fun. It's so
Great,
fun.
man. Great.
Thanks, Spencer.
Hey, Tristan, can you put a link to the simulator for those people that don't know how to get on these types of games /simulator?
So this one is, if you want to try the free, we have one game out for free right now. I'll put it in the chat. This one you can go play at will for free, and if you want to, let me get another one out. If you want to go deeper, keep please filibuster while I
filibuster. Let's do it, Ben. Here we go.
All right, let's go. There's nothing better than getting it done today. Today is the day to move forward, to put the thing in action that you've been waiting to do, like putting food in a microwave that needs to be done. To get things done today and now, you're going to have to be honest. No more procrastinating, like waiting in line. Put the alcohol down and start focusing on your marriage more and being a better team leader. Today is the day to do all of that. Look, we're no longer in high school. We're adults. We have big things to fry, like the stock market, and today is the day.
So Ben has this, like, I don't know, Ben, but there's a secret to this game. Can you put your finger on what is the secret that unlocks the ability to have ease in a game like this?
Well, I think the secret is just starting off and knowing where you're going. And if you can believe in where you're going and not waiting for the words to come up, then you're going to be anchored all the way through. And so when you start off, you have to believe in what you're saying, and just go with it all the way. So for me, that's the secret for me, where it's something that works so well where you can transfer it to really anything, preaching, podcasting, whatever. And you know what you want to say, go ahead and say it. And the other words will just kind of naturally flow in it. But if you're waiting for the words and waiting to figure out, okay, what's next, you're never going to make it through, whether it's at 30 seconds or 90 seconds. So I think the secret is deciding early where you're going to go and sticking with it.
Oof, well put. I think that's that. I think there's something very strong to that. Let's see it in action. Sudan, you ready?
Yep. I love changing rules, but not break the law. I was always a kid who always wanted to play playful, but when I turned into adulthood, I took a lot of stress in myself and not to solve the problem. A lot of times I've hit my brother, but he's kind enough not to hit me back because I was stronger. And I've struggled throughout my life about goal setting and fallen short, and not being creative in gardening. It was so tough. And Christmas is the time that we're seeing the rules, but I always wanted to take a line, and bodybuilder is something that I've taken up and blow up as a balloon. I changed the rules.
Yeah, there we go. Man, what I love about you, Sudan, and seeing you play is that there is the way you always end. You like carry your confidence through, and you find a way to end always. And it's such a valuable skill set, because we're not going to speak under these conditions in real life, but to have that confidence, even under such high stress and variability, is magical. So that's so valuable, man.
Yep.
What do you guys want to
Thank
play?
you. I have.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely pressure. I have a feeling my wife is watching this, so.
Beautiful.
Let's play either rapid fire analogies or conductor. You know, when I think about Ultraspeaking, what helped me out the most, or at least at the very beginning, was rapid fire analogies, where I think that's like that first bridge to cross, separating the content and the confidence. And so that'll be a good one.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Kick us off, Ben. Let's do just for the sake, let's do marathon mode. Let's do 20 in a row at the fastest time. And so just so people get a sense of the game, I'm going to hit start training, and Ben's job is to complete these analogies in like a ridiculous time constraint. So he has to literally finish the sentence and like look how fast it's going. So this game is a test of confidence because it's a hard skill to do. So let's pay attention to Ben's confidence and his ability to keep his confidence over this next, 40 seconds or so. Ready, Ben?
All right, let's do it. Energy is like chess because it's hard to figure out. My family's like a police car because they're dangerous. An electric car is like a pumpkin because it's weird. Retirement is like a jacuzzi because it's fun. My imagination is like breathing because it's all over the place. Chess is like getting a massage because it feels good. Animals are like cartwheels because they're crazy. My body is like taxes because it's expensive. A calendar is like chocolate because it tastes good. Every day on earth is like waiting in line because it can be boring. Making tough decisions is like being hungry because it's tough. Fashion is like high school because you don't know what to do. Passion is like getting a new puppy because it feels good. Climbing a tree is like expired pickles because what's the point? Fear is like a judge because it's difficult. Staying up late is like a microwave because there's so many things to do. Love is like carpet because what's the point? Relationships are like starting a company because it's difficult. A microwave is like getting sick because there's so many options. Learning a new skill is like horse racing because it is tough.
Yeah, man. Wow.
Amazing. Amazing.
Wow.
So solid.
What I tried to do with that one was I tried to do it like at a 1 or 2. Like I notice if my intensity is if it's too much, there's just not enough time. So one of the things that we often fall into a trap is we get so excited that we're just trying to talk so fast that it will never work. So if you can intentionally kind of like slow down, it's kind of counterintuitive, but you can slow down a little bit, then it'll help you just to kind of stay in it a little bit longer.
Yeah, and for people who are new to this game and who are like trying to advance in their skill set, I would almost say you have to first go fast to your extreme and to feel what it is like to just sprint through it. And once you're comfortable with that, then you reel it back and try to find that right balance point.
Mm-hmm.
But you're the type of person, Ben, who's probably played what, 1,000 reps, 10,000 reps. I mean, I know you've got
a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. The 2 seconds is super hard. You know, and when you go back to 3, it just feels like eternity.
Yeah. Ready, Sudan?
Yeah, it's insane. Let's go.
Ready, Sudan's wife? Are you watching? Here we go.
There you go. Snow is like anxiety because it doesn't good. Staying focused like a self-driving car because it's automatic. Pumpkin is like a microwave because it's huge. Paper is like a paper bag because it's dummy. Breakfast is like a Christmas because it's joy. Home is like a cooking because you have to cook at the right time. Balloon is like getting injured because it blows up. A lion is a spaceship because it's big in the forest. Ocean is like a Nintendo because it's playful. A college degree is a cash because it gives you back returns. My mood is like a CPR. It fasts sometimes. Diversity is like an omelet because it's fresh. Saying goodbye is diversity is because it's wonderful. Pet is like a popsicle because it melts. Carpet is like a sponge because it's soft. Having kisses like a dinosaur because it roars. Getting older is like a schedule because you have to get it right. The human mind is like a taking care of plans because you have to be creative. Charges is like a classical because it's melody. Going better is like a meditation because it's so joyful.
Yeah.
Yes, Sudan.
Amazing.
So I have a question for you guys.
Can you bring your mic a little bit closer to you?
I have a question for you guys. What is the purpose of this game? Some people might be watching and going, well, a pet is like a popsicle because it melts. That doesn't make sense. That's not going to help my speaking at all. And yet, Sudan's ability to say that exact sentence might be the secret to this game and the secret to why this game exists. Can you help bridge the gap of what this game is all about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people don't want to mess up. And that's part of it, right? Can you mess up? Can you stay in the moment? Can you really separate what you're saying? That's one of the big things. It doesn't make any sense. But as your confidence and as you get more comfortable, the content will naturally get better. And so the point of this is to get past the thinking brain and just that first thought, that first idea. And that's really where a lot of people get tripped up because they want to say the perfect statement, the perfect phrase, the perfect word. And then that just, it puts them in a trap. So, obviously we're concerned about content, but at least getting comfortable and having the confidence to speak on the fly. And if you can do that, then everything else will begin to open up for you.
Yeah.
There's this principle of confidence being something that you can train independently of content. Sudan, what's your thought on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, in this particular game, there is a lot of ingredients involved in it. The core is accessing yourself. Then it's about embracing the imperfection, even though the word you say is dumb. You're moving on from your short-term memory to the next thing. Keep moving on. Like I think Romain mentioned brilliantly that when you swing off from the first hole, you have to forget and move on the next one. It's pretty much, I don't see any difference between this particular exercise versus me actually going into the ground and playing that swing. It's similar because it's mind thing, right? It's pressure that it's live. The same time, during the pressure, we get to access ourselves and embracing the imperfection, moving on to the next thing. And confidence follows it. I don't think we need to create it. That's something that you fall into it, not create it. So for me, it's quite a few ingredients built in with this game.
Tristan, mute.
Thank you. That's much better. These are the levels of the game. I wish there were a better place to put them.
Let me give you some space to that make it better.
This is almost worse, but we will work with it.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It doesn't really matter. The reason I wanted to show the levels of the game is just because I want to see Michael play, and I want to see him embrace level 3. Dude, what you're doing is only make this.
We didn't
please
practice
go back.
this part.
No, we didn't. Anyways, if you're trying this on your own, and this game is free, you can try it at ultraspeaking.com/rapid-fire. The point of the game at first, what really matters is, can you just say something for every single repetition, for every single analogy? And that's separating content from confidence. Level 2 is now can you bring more conviction? Can you bring more projected confidence to what you're doing? And level 3 is really interesting. And that, I feel, is where Ben was with his, is I'm actually slowing down to bring in my personality to be more comfortable, more confident within. So I want to see what Michael looks like when he's injecting personality with this kind of speed and pressure.
Cool. There might be a little bit of a delay because I There's a little bit of lag between what I see and then how it appears on the stream. But so if it looks like I'm saying the words before they even appear, it's not magic. It is technical efficiency.
How's he doing that?
Getting older is like paper. You got to crumple it up. A microphone is like the internet because it's all about the connection. Painting is like staying up late. Just do it. Breakfast is like sleeping in because it feels great. A puzzle is like marijuana. Where are the pieces? Animals are like DNA because it's all interconnected. A monkey is like tiny homes. I don't even know why. The universe is like classical music. There's a symphony to it. Working from home's like headphones because it clogs your ears. A paper bag's like saying goodbye. It can float away. Passion is like a bicycle. You got to ride it. Women are like friendship because it's a treasure. Gratitude is like CPR. You got to breathe in to feel it. Chess is like napping. I'm addicted to both. Spam is like falling in love because it tastes good. Cash is like retirement because it's important. Energy is like a pillow. You got to sleep it off. A museum is like a dentist. It's really, really great. A charger is like texting because you get fired up. Business is like chocolate. It's bittersweet.
Woo!
Woo! Yeah, there you go, bro.
Smooth sailing.
That was smooth.
The highest level of this is when people make it look like they have extra time when they literally have seconds. That was wonderful.
You can take a breath between them, or pause.
Let's we have Mark in the green room. Sudan, I'm gonna bring Mark in, and I'm limited in number of people. So thank you for joining.
Say goodbye to
Thank you for
Sudan.
killing it. Everybody say goodbye to Sudan.
Pleasure to have you on here, man. I hope your wife is proud, because the confidence you show is something that a lot of our students crave. And what people don't know about you, as we wrap up here, is that you started this journey 6 months ago, less. Like your improvement has been very, very rapid. So.
And you wanted to quit, didn't you? Didn't you want to quit? Like early on, you almost didn't come to the fundamentals.
Yeah. I was subscribed for the September cohort the moment I saw it, and then I couldn't join the month, and then I asked for a refund from Michael for the October, or rolled me over. Then I decided that, okay, let me give a shot. And then first day I didn't show up because I was nervous. Then I paid it, so I want to show up. Wow, I think the first day it was Mark. It was wonderful. For the first game I played, then boom, then on, rest is history.
Beautiful, and now you're here.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Here,
a
man.
real testament.
Congratulations, well done today. We'll see you soon, man. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Talk to you later. Bye.
See you, Sudan.
Let's bring Mark in here and pull out one of our favorite games.
Mark?
Mark.
Good to have you on, my man.
The legend.
You guys have been very impressive so far, I have to say.
We only set the bar high so that you could bring it even higher.
Mark, what's your favorite part of the stream been so far?
Romain blew my mind, period.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a lot of good stuff. Tristan, Michael rapping was fucking great. Can I say that out loud? Tristan doing it in French was awesome. I want more. You can cut that, and I will listen to that. That will be awesome. That was tremendous.
Thank you.
Ben, so relaxed and doing 2 seconds like he's got all the time in the world. Until you've played this game, rapid fire analogies at 2 seconds, you have no idea how hard that actually is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
all that's missing is watching Mark play conductor, and that's what we get to enjoy right now. So this game is beautiful for those of you that have not played.
One sec before I want you to explain, but just Mark, can you double check that your mic, that it's the correct mic that is synced, that you're using? It might be, but usually your voice is. It is? Okay, good.
Actually, wait a minute here.
Is that better?
Ooh, there we go. Now it's the Mark I'm used to hearing. Smooth depth.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Incredible. So the simulator's all about training different skills. We've talked about confidence. We've talked about the ability to stay on a stay centered, stay focused amidst distractions. This game is all about musicality and accessing something that is hard to describe, but when you feel it, you know it's there. And so in this game, the conductor is in control of your energy. When I hit start training, you're going to get a speech title randomly generated. Your job is to speak on the speech title, and the numbers represent your energy level. So 5 is your normal conversational voice. That's what you use to speak every day. But 8 kind of feels different. Whether it's whatever you're doing, 8 has to feel noticeably more than a 5. We all know what to do when to breathe. And then when we come back in, and if we see a 2, there's something different about the energy. So anyway, we're going to watch Mark do his interpretation of conductor and see what happens when his sole focus, really the one thing he's focused on, is following the numbers. He's letting the energy of the conductor lead the way. Ready to jump in, Mark?
Absolutely.
Let's see it.
Luxury of pain is that it's an education. It's an education on how do I deal with stress? How do I deal with the unexpected? How do I deal with the things that I didn't expect that are now right here in my face, in my body? The thing I don't want to have happen is happening. What the heck is going on? Why does it hurt so much? And how can I possibly make it go away as fast as possible? Because I really don't like this pain. And of course, there's only one way out. It's to accept it. The pain might go on. There's no control over it. There's no way, there's no drugs, there's nothing that's going to work all the time. Pain is. As Romain said earlier, acceptance is our way out. Acceptance of the pain is our way to allow it. And totally against everything we think, accepting it is how we can deal with the pain and let it go.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Good job.
Man. How... tell us about your experience, Mark. How much of this are you controlling, directing? How much of this is like it's coming out and you're just along for the ride?
Especially this time, it felt like I was just along for the ride. I don't remember particularly what I said. I just switched to the energy levels and the words came out. It spoke me, I guess, would be the easiest way to describe it.
Wow.
It spoke me.
It spoke me. Huh. We didn't get into this with Romain, but there's something very fascinating about what you just said, and this balance between control and surrender, between allowing and doing, maybe non-doing. It's fascinating. And you are one of the best representations of what conductor can unlock in people when they just trust and let go. I'd love to see Ben take a turn at this as well, so that we can see different variations of how people interpret the numbers. Shall we, Ben?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Every day we get an opportunity to bend reality. You know, it's interesting. We kind of put ourselves in these holes. We can box ourselves in, and we can just think that the way things are at this very moment is how they're always going to be. But I believe that when it comes to bending reality in our everyday lives, at the very moment you want things to change, it can change. But you have to make a decision when it comes to bending your reality, when it comes to making the choice to get better, to leave behind certain things, to move forward. Look, when it comes to bending reality, it's not necessarily rocket science. It's not just something. It's not something in the movies, all right? It is something that we can actually do. And I know it may sound silly, but the truth is we need to start thinking bigger. We need to start thinking better. And when we do that, we can bend this reality that we live in. We can change the way that we want to do certain things and the way that we want to be. Thank you.
Whew. Benjamin Lee.
Going deep.
Tell us about the breath real quick.
Yeah, the breath is interesting. I was ready to take off with some of those higher numbers, and then when the breath comes, it gives you time. It may even feel a little bit frustrating if you're ready to take off, but it's actually it's a great thing. It's great to consider. Maybe there's something better that I can say. Maybe I can even bottle up some of this emotion and put it out in a different way. But it allows your audience to really catch up. It allows your audience to really hear and listen and to really digest what you're saying as a speaker. So the breath is one of the most important things, especially when it comes to musicality, and probably the easiest thing to implement, but also the hardest. Because if we're looking at how we speak in segments and gaps, just pausing, taking a breath will just naturally make everything pop that much more.
Can we dive into this just for a second, Tristan?
Yeah.
What are segments and gaps?
When you're speaking, you're either in a segment or a gap. And you can unlock a lot by building the awareness of which one you're in. Am I in a segment or am I in a gap? And what you should be doing in each. A segment is when you know where you're going. So speaking starts in a gap. You're asked a question, and instantly you're going to start thinking, where do I want to say? Where do I want to go with this? And you're going to get an insight. And the moment you get this insight or an idea of where you want to go, it generates this very clear line for you. And you can just dive into it without thinking. But as you're speaking, eventually you're going to get to the end of the segment. And suddenly you're going to enter a gap again. And suddenly you're going to notice that you're lacking a little bit of clarity, or that you're rushing, or that you are becoming self-conscious. Whatever it is, you've lost access to flow and clarity, and you're on uneven ground. So what you want to do there is slow down or stop. There are only two options. If you slow down, it might be enough to catch back on to the next segment. But most of the time, many times, you need to stop and let the snow globe settle so that you can see what's behind the snow, connect with the next emotion, generate the next segment, and then dive into that one freely. So if we think about what happens if you don't speak this way, there are a billion planes flying by me right now. It's crazy. It's like everybody has decided during this one moment. But if you're not aware that you're in a segment or a gap, then you're always in an in-between. You're never fully letting go and fully in flow, and you're never fully stopping and fully connecting to what you want to say. And so you you're just in this in-between that feels very contained, and it's not a great place to be in.
One other use case that comes up is sometimes we're speaking and we are following the segment, meaning we're exploring an idea, and we naturally come to the conclusion of that idea. And now we need to figure out, because we're not done with our big thing we want to say, we just concluded a thought form, and we want to know what's next. I kind of picture it like a scene in a movie ends, and then there's another scene in the movie, but in between there's like footage of the cityscape and of cars driving by and maybe like a few people at a park eating, and then it goes into the next scene. And so I think the skill we help people train, or the practice we help draw awareness to, is to breathe in the gaps, is to breathe through the transition scenes and just go from idea to idea, but allow the space to breathe. And that's what where we're going to end today. I want to play the podcast game with you guys. The podcast game is all about finding some clarity in some chaos. So let me pull that up real quick. Let's play a warm-up game. And then I'd like to end with something we haven't really ever done together, which is a 5-minute podcast.
Hey, today is all about 5, right? 5-hour energy, cohort 5. We're gonna
500 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah, there you go.
Tiny milestone, but it's there.
Yeah.
Amazing. Let's talk about the number 5.
Five. What is 5? It's a number, but what does it represent?
To me, right now, because of recency bias, it recommends this 5 hour. It reminds me of this 5-hour stream and what that means and what it's going to mean for Ultraspeaking.
You know, it's going to mean a lot, certainly for Ultraspeaking. When I think about 5, you can think about 5 fingers. For some reason, I think about it somewhere in the middle. On a scale of 1 to 10, you have the 5. And so 5, I think, can be
a symbol of progress, a symbol of you're going in the right direction. And you're not at a 10 yet, but that'd be crazy to be at a 10 so early in life.
So 5 is a statement of progress, of where we're going.
And isn't that what life is all about? There is no end point. When you reach 10, you're
done, dead, kaput. Instead, that's not the point of life.
The point of life is to reach, to explore, to go further. We'll always push it further. There's always more that we can do. We'll
find a way to go deeper and focus on enjoying the process. That's what a 5 is.
Deep.
Yeah.
For those who have no idea what just happened, the podcast game is our names show up randomly. We never know whose name is going to show up and how long we're going to be speaking. And the point is to make it sound like one person speaking the whole time. So you have to pass the baton in a nice way, and you have to receive it as fluidly and effortlessly as possible, which means that you have to be listening. You actually have to be completely into what the person is saying, because if it falls on you and you're not, everybody's going to be able to tell. And so it's a very interesting experience to play this game.
Ben, what setting makes sense for this final exercise on 5 minutes? Is it slow, medium, fast, or random?
Let's see, for 5 minutes, I think medium will be great.
Random.
All right,
no. I take it. I want to jump in. I thought medium too, but then I just imagined what random would be for 5 minutes.
Okay, let's do random.
Because here's what I crave for 5 minutes. I crave a moment where somebody's going to speak for 20 seconds or more,
Okay.
right? I crave like this long thing, but the thing is, you never know. Maybe it'll be 2 seconds, maybe it'll be 20. So on 5 minutes, this is going to be glorious. Let's choose. Can someone in the chat? Oh, there might be a lag between the chat. But if somebody in the chat could put us put a question out, something you'd want us to talk about, I think that would be really fun for us to explore something and see if we can find depth in a question with 4 brains. And if nobody comes up with one, I will in the meantime. I think there's like 30 seconds, something like that, of a difference between me speaking and them seeing it on the chat or on the live game. Time travel. Amazing. Done. Thank you, Amira.
Perfect. Amira, saving the day. All right, guys, this is it. By the way, thank you in advance, both of you, for coming to the simulator showcase. So fun to play with you.
Yeah.
Let's take this home on time travel. Here we go.
Hello and welcome to the Ultraspeaking podcast. Today we're talking about something very important, time travel. I got to tell you, my mind instantly goes to Endgame, the final series of the Marvel Phase 4, where there was time travel. There's something magical about this idea of being able to go back in time
and explore what was and maybe have influence on it. Would you even want that in the first place?
Can you even do that? Is it even possible? Or is it more important to be in the future or in the present? Time travel, I don't know. Back to the Future is bullshit, as it said in Endgame.
Because it's just not scientifically.
It doesn't happen. It's not possible. And that really raises the question, why are we so fascinated with it? Why are we spending so much money watching movies about it? Why do we want to go to the future? Why do we want to go back to the past? What I'm hearing is we're asking a lot of questions, and maybe there's something deeper under this idea of time travel.
And that's our ability to
make the changes, more control.
Maybe time travel is just within here. Maybe the time travel that we want to do is to let go of the past.
If you can accomplish that, if you can get to that point and travel to that destination in your brain, then everything changes for the better. But it happens so fast, doesn't it? It happens just like that, where the time travel can be a second.
Just like Romain showed us earlier, how about being in the present, in this moment, accepting
what's happening right now, accepting this reality.
Once you accept, there's no point in going back or going forward, because the masterpiece is right in front of you to be created, and every moment matters a billion times more. That's what life
is all about. It's about being aware, being mindful of what is. And our mind will try and tempt us to be up with it. The mind is the magnet, and our job is to stay, resist its temptation, resist its force, and it's hard. And that's why
we must focus. We must stay in it. You got to stay in it. That's the secret. Stay in it. The only way through. The only way across is through.
A wise man once said. And what does staying in it mean? Well, that's the journey. That's why we have the Power of Now on our bookshelves. That's why we read spirituality and explore religion, and
we want more of the journey. We want more answers.
We want to relax into where we're at. This moment, this one right here, this now, this now, this now, this now, this now, this now, is the only one that we have. It's the only one that counts. We discount it.
As if it's just some tiny little speck of sand and we want to be in the water or on the beach house. But what if that's all a simulation? What if all of that is the distraction, and at the end of the game you realize, the
distraction is not reality. The distraction is taking us away from who we are in this moment.
And as we discussed, it is all about coming back
to reality and leaving behind fairy tales and movies of time travel, and just enjoying today, enjoying the sand underneath your feet, the sun
on your face and your skin, and looking intently. Let's use Romain's advice and
focus. Be here now.
Be grateful. Give your wife a hug. Hug your children. Text and call your friends and let them know that they love you. Because the reality is, the time that we have now, this is what we need to be focused on. And if we can travel through today, focused on what really matters, we won't be worried about any extra time travel.
Amen.
Woo! That was fun. That felt like the Philosopher's Game almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, except you're not the one that's pushing the idea forward. It's being pushed for you.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Guys, we're at 11. This game is wonderful because it very, very topical. The mind wants to race ahead and project where the conversation should go, or it is still in the past trying to process what was just said. And yet the spotlight, when it hits you, if you aren't hyper aware of what is happening now, you cause traffic. There's a pileup behind you and you interrupt the flow of the conversation. So the practice of presence, which is what we've been talking about for maybe the past 4 hours, is a key skill in speaking. And when you have a great set of players to play the podcast game with, I mean, I don't know how it sounded from the outside, but it almost doesn't matter to me because playing this game with you guys is so fun and just like helps me focus and stay present. And it's a true privilege. So wonderful to have you both on the show.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you guys for joining.
Yeah.
See you soon.
All right. See you guys.
Cheers.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Mark. My goodness. 4 hours in, and there's still people here.
It's crazy.
Anyone in the green room?
Yeah, we got Tanya and Kelly in the green room. Thanks, Theodore.
Yeah, thanks, Amira. Thanks, Pinar. Yeah. Great to see y'all.
I need a 1 minute break.
Perfect. Could you let in the folks?
Yes, here they come.
Guys, for this final part, we want to dive into the fundamentals course and end this 5-hour live stream with just with more valuable ideas to share. So we'll discover what the course is all about, what some of our students have to say. What's up, Kelly? What's up, Tanya? You guys look like you're in professional environments. It's so wonderful to see.
Absolutely.
And I was just telling the viewers what this session is about. Let's get all 4 of us on the same view.
I'll be right back.
Perfect. Amazing. Sudan says this is the last lap. Have either of you tuned into the stream at all for the past 4 hours?
I have not. I'm actually in the middle of a training class, so gave them some activities to do, but caught the last like 30 seconds of that podcast, which was pretty stellar, even though I didn't hear it from the beginning. So great job.
Mm-hmm. Amazing.
Yeah, I was able to turn in.
Yeah,
I was able to tune in a little bit for Ali's rap session, but besides that, I've been in meetings all day.
Well, I appreciate you guys taking time out of your work day. Tanya right now is like the substitute teacher who pops in the VCR cassette and is like just watch the movie.
Exactly.
And I know you gotta hop off a little bit quicker than Kelly. So the reason that we're doing this final hour is to shed some light on fundamentals, and purely my intention for it is that people really don't know what it is. And when it comes to speaking, public speaking, courses, the hardest part is taking the courage to take a leap of faith and do something that you don't know. It's expensive, it's fast, it's you don't know the people. So like, what is it? What are you actually signing up for? So I want to get your perspectives a little bit on like what this course is all about, what your experience was, and maybe we could start with you, Tanya. Just help us understand. You were in the last cohort, and when you came into the course, what was your relationship with speaking? Why did you even want to do something like this?
Great question. So professionally, I train, and I've always kind of put myself in the hot seat. So if something was uncomfortable for me, then I wanted to get exposed. And public speaking has always caused a lot of anxiety for me, a lot of nervousness, very, very, very heavily scripted, like so many notes. It would actually stunt me during my talking because if I lost track of where I was in my notes, I would almost melt down. And so for me, the unknown fundamentals was almost the opposite of everything I've probably ever thought about when it came to public speaking. I've done Toastmasters before, good program, but very heavily scripted and a lot of frameworks and a lot of thinking and a lot of pre-writing. And it's the complete opposite with ultra speaking. So um, that was just a brand new opportunity for me, and being able to get exposed to the process of gamification, the process of a small cohort, which actually works out very well. The ratio between, there were three of us in smaller groups with a coach, is pretty unheard of from anything I've done before. And so learning how to speak first and think later, and considering we talk every day, we talk to people every day, right? And so learning how to do that without all of the being in your headspace made a really big difference for me, to the point where even after a short period of time, I did a speech for my team. I had no notes. I based it solely off of photographs and like one or two words per photograph. And it was like mind blowing because I could just be free and speak. And so there's a great amount of tools that you learn in fundamentals, and there's a lot of support. And that was really pivotal to me to be part of this community. So I've had an excellent experience, and would recommend it to anybody who's looking to kind of break those barriers of anxiety and feeling chained and feeling scripted and feeling unsure. We all have the capacity to speak. So getting the tools to learn how to free that up in the best way for you, anybody can tap into and have access.
Well, very well put. Let's cut that and boom, add a thumbnail and it's done. I'm curious, Kelly. Kelly, I know you're also taking right now Ali's course on Part-Time YouTuber Academy, and I'm curious how much of your experience, both coming into fundamentals and then leaving fundamentals, how much of it resonates with what Tanya's saying, and whether some parts are a little bit different for you.
I mean, it resonates 100% completely, of course. I came into it with a different goal, though. I had registered for Ali's YouTube course before I even heard of Ultraspeaking. It was actually in an interview between you and Ali that I came across Ultraspeaking. I'm like, hey, okay, there's only going to be a 1 week overlap. I'm sure I can fit this in. Why not? So I decided to take the Ultraspeaking course, and it has been, I mean, radical. I mean, for the YouTube thing, but for everything else. I'm just a lot more confident that I will be able to make something of my YouTube channel. But even beyond that, the main reason I wanted to come was not for kind of the outward persona or public speaking in general. You would think it was more for the intimate, the small group conversations. I've always kind of been trapped in my thinking brain, and I just wanted a way to get out of that, to be more in touch with myself and what I felt, so I could connect with other people. Because the biggest problem that I've had over the past decade or so is we're talking about something with someone else, and I'm realizing I actually don't know what I feel about this. Like, I can work through this logically, and I can come up with like an argument for something, but I don't actually know what I feel about this. I was just too trapped in my mind. And so since taking the Ultraspeaking course, it's been great. I haven't hit that threshold yet where I'm just completely in the flow all the time, but I have noticed that I am able to connect on a deeper level with other people in small group sessions, as well as in meetings and stuff like that when in a traditional public speaking format. I've noticed that I'm a lot more comfortable in those situations, but the big win for me has been in those small groups in a social setting.
Small groups meaning our pods, three students, one coach, and lots and lots of reps in that little family.
Yeah.
It almost feels like.
That, but then also, of course, outside of the Ultraspeaking class as well, just like in getting together with other people, either over Zoom or in a small coffee shop or something with just a handful of other people, if that.
So let's cut through it. At the end of the day, you do all the games, you get all the reps. Tanya, you do the work. What actually shifts? What is the actual thing that is happening throughout the course of the 30 days, at least for you?
So for me, what shifts is my thinking about the possibilities of where speaking can go. And with with basic fundamentals, how that has allowed me to tap into challenging myself and kind of coming outside of the box when it comes to speaking. So whether it's for work or whether it's just everyday conversation, um, it's just kind of been really incredible to see that you can take everyday subjects, you can take any subject matter, and you can speak about it. And the confidence that I feel like I'm growing into for me is really incredible. And to kind of piggyback with Kelly, some of that interpersonal stuff for me, this has helped to shift me finding my internal voice. And that's been pretty incredible. And that certainly didn't happen with other programs, but it happened here. So the paradigm that you all create, um, I think, can impact everybody on an individual level in whatever way it suits best for them. So the challenge that we're doing right now, the connectivity through community, for a lot of people, community makes the difference in how they relate and how they speak to one another. So it gives not just me, but it gives everybody involved this familial outlet to be in a safe space with Circle and to be able to continue to push their own personal boundaries.
Wow. You really discovered something toward the end there, because you started applying this not just to speaking. You began to experiment a little bit with spoken word, with freestyle, with rap, with other forms of expression. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so that's for me outside of my comfort zone, which now I feel like is a great place to be, right? Do it afraid, because what's the worst that can happen, right? I have written poetry for years, from way back when, but it's always been for me. Would have never thought about posting a video of freestyle. What? I'm not doing that, and I'm certainly not doing that in front of people I don't know. And yet here I am doing that, right? So like that's actually today's challenge again. It's a really fun way to express and just let go of mental parameters. And so it's another aspect of speaking And that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it a little bit beyond just the traditional, I'm going to stand at the podium and speak, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But this has allowed me to kind of go in directions that I didn't think I'd be going in. And so just fantastic that I signed up for this. I'm really glad that I did.
I want to talk to Kelly a little bit about this, but I know, Tanya, you have to jump off in a few minutes. There's actually one last thing I'd like to ask from you, which is you sent me an email yesterday, totally out of the blue, called Ode to Ultraspeaking. It was completely didn't expect it. I haven't shared it with Tristan yet. I'm wondering if you might be able to read it for us.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, this is awesome.
So I added a note app on my phone because honestly, I feel like after the last 5.5 weeks, words come to me a little more frequently than they used to, like back when I would kind of write. So about 11:26 last night, this is what came. Ode to Ultraspeaking. Want to tell you something about a program called Ultraspeaking. I joined about 5 weeks ago, and it had me thinking about overcoming verbal anxiety when I gave speeches. Day 1 came, and with bated breath, I joined a cohort of 15. Wasn't sure what to expect. From the 15, classes dropped to small groups of 3. I knew right then the program was right for me. I met both the founders, Michael and Tristan, met the coaches too, and all of them listened. And I learned many tools through gamification. I became part of the circle with like minded people who wanted to learn and grow strong in their vocals. Through community, practice, and lots of good feedback, comfort zones were stretched, oftentimes challenged, to see how much change and growth we could handle. Tools we were given, like breathing and pausing. Not using notes. Now, isn't that confounding? Speak and then think. Wait, what? Were they serious? I admit I was hooked and oh so curious. But lo and behold, as the weeks passed me by, I could feel my speaking confidence starting to fly. I believed in my words, which were already inside, felt a sense of freedom, a sense of pride in making the choice to just come and just try it. An investment in myself. I'm so glad that I did. Now conversations are speeches and the other way around, expressed through stories and silence, profound. Right now is the time, right now is the place to sign up online and reserve your space. Your time is now. They have what you need. Give Ultraspeaking an opportunity to help you succeed.
Oh my
goodness.
What? What? Whoa. Wow. That is zone of genius right there. That was astounding, Tanya. Wow. What a way with words.
Thanks.
I want that front and center on our website.
Absolutely.
ASAP. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you guys.
What I love about your story, Tanya, and what we're seeing now is that our greatest hope with fundamentals is not that people, learn how to speak or even gain the confidence to speak. That is, that's wonderful, and that is success. But you are such a representation of what momentum gets created when you use that energy, and now suddenly it becomes applied to all this potential that is there all the time, but maybe is missing that little flame to set it on fire. And now I see you, and I see you on fire with all of your self-expression. And so it's just so inspiring to watch. And for you to channel it back towards us and towards Ultraspeaking is such a gift. So thank you for joining us today. Thanks for leaving your
Thanks for having
training
me.
for 20 minutes. And I really appreciate you being here.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you, Tanya.
Take care.
Wow. Kelly, have you prepared a poem for us that you would like to share?
Unfortunately, I have not. I have been attempting the freestyle, but Tanya has been killing it, unlike me.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it. Like, she had it within her the entire time for years now, and there's something needed to switch. Can you talk a little bit about that for yourself? What do you feel you've had within you, the potential that was just waiting to be tapped into and unlocked?
Yeah, the biggest thing by far, which I didn't expect coming into this, was an identity shift. Sure, like we've talked about that a lot in the fundamentals class, is that you have skills and you have identity, and your identity will lag behind your skills in public speaking. But my identity hasn't shifted only in public speaking or speaking to other people. It shifted in a way much more profound, much deeper to me than that. For pretty much my entire professional life and just the last half of high school, maybe, and university, I struggled immensely with imposter syndrome. It's like, I've always believed that I could do anything if I put my mind to it and I put the effort in. But at the same time, I felt like I didn't belong. I felt like everybody would look around and say, hey, that's not good enough. Why are you here? I just completed a master's program in English literature and language, which was a bit absurd because my undergrad degree was in math and computer science. So I did it just for fun to do something else. And through the 6 or 7 years that I worked on it, yeah, a little bit long, through that time period that I worked on it, every semester goes by, I'm like, why am I still here? Why am I doing this? I'm sure everyone else is doing a better job. It wasn't until the last semester or so, and when I'm working my thesis, that I'm like, okay, this isn't terrible, but I'm not proud of it. I don't feel like it fits in here. I feel like all my other classmates are doing a fantastic job, and I'm just kind of passing in the bare minimum. And through the practice of the practical application of the public speaking that we did in Ultraspeaking, I felt my whole identity starting to shift, and starting to think, actually, I can do this, and I do have a place, and I can add something of value to this world. I don't need to just be evaluating what everyone else is thinking. I can just let go and express myself, and it'll be what it is. And, more often than not, it'll turn out great.
Wow. Sometimes when people speak, there's nothing to be said. You have to let it sink in, and that's what that felt like. Thank you.
Truly.
Oh, thank you guys.
Because, well, this is what I felt in my life. Knowing I had potential, knowing I had value. I mean, how could you not feel that if you are excelling in areas of life? Maybe because of my background, and my dad was a medalist student. Like, you actually get medals for your grades back in Russia, and he was the top of the top. So was my mom. So when you're born into a family of two perfectionists like I was, there is something that gets ingrained. And so for me, it got ingrained in good grades and in athletics. So I was very fiercely competitive in tennis, and I think I excelled, and in grades. And I began to follow the footsteps. My brother and I were actually both valedictorians of our high school, which, if there's not a single testament to the impact of parenting subconsciously, I don't know what is. But we followed in the footsteps, and that's great. That's amazing. But what is the point of all of that if when I graduated college and I go into the working world, A, I'm unhappy in my career, B, I'm underperforming because I feel a sense of imposter syndrome just like you, and C, what about socially? perfectionism in social settings is like a silent killer. You just feel, I feel insecure. I don't belong. Group conversations are so challenging because there's too much to monitor, and I'm monitoring myself while I'm monitoring others. So there's all of this happening underneath the hood, and you could be as talented or skilled as you want in one area of life. If at the end of the day I'm feeling like I don't belong and my voice doesn't matter and I can't do anything about it, and then that's a losing strategy in life. So when you talk about imposter syndrome, Kelly, and when you talk about just this simple belief of I belong, what I say deserves to be heard, and if I say it, it will probably go just fine. It'll probably go well. It sounds so rudimentary, like almost this is the pebble in the sand that doesn't deserve any attention, and yet I feel, at least through my experience, this is the thing that for people like us is the missing ingredient, the missing puzzle piece for unleashing potential, for taking the strive and the I mean, look, you completed a master's degree in English after you have a degree in math and science. Like, how opposite are those two things? And yet speaking seems to be like the final glue, the part that makes all of this actualize into something. Inspiring.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know if I'm expressing this well enough, or if someone who is not in my or our position can really understand, but that tiny grain of sand that you were talking about is just phenomenally life-changing. Like you said, in any time I was in a social setting, this was my biggest hang-up. I'm sitting around a group of friends, just who I hang out with. They tend to be very quick-witted. They tend to be very smart. And I always feel out of place. I'm like, I need to be thinking ahead. I need to think of what I need to say to be able to add value to this conversation, to just show that I'm worthy of being here with you guys. And of course, when you're thinking through that and planning, all the conversation goes on without you. And you just end up sitting in the corner, or I mean, even in the middle, but you're just silent and letting the conversation happen around you and not joining in with everyone else, not partaking of that community. And that was me. That was me my entire life. I was off to the side, just quiet, loved social gatherings, loved being with other people. I need that social interaction. And yet I wasn't being part of that community. If I can go a little bit deeper here, for the past 10 years or so, my family has been in a kind of a spiritual ministry of sorts, and we were with mentorships and stuff like that. And I've been trying to work through a number of issues and just try to get closer to them and closer to myself and closer to other people, and to dig in deeper. And I just never could do it. I never could take that extra step. And I think this was part of that. I think this is key in that process. You guys helped me through the Ultraspeaking to kind of twist the key and open the door for something that I have worked through for 10 years now, trying to target in on this one issue of me just not speaking my mind, me not just being authentic and open. The problem was the whole time I was just not intentionally, but putting on a mask, pretty much trying to think, okay, what am I supposed to say in this situation? What identity should I add to this so that I can show them that I want to be here and I want to belong? And yeah, I will be forever grateful for you two, and for Ultraspeaking, and for Emmy, and for everyone else in the cohort for helping me turn that key and finally open that door, because I feel major breakthroughs are going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
That will have already happened, but they'll just continue piling on.
Mm-hmm. Because this is just the beginning. And who was I talking to about this? One of our students is just a remarkably successful person who is always behind the scenes in her line of work. And after she finished fundamentals, she essentially took the courage to look within and confront the situations, or the challenges of speaking, in a way that she had avoided for the majority of her career. And she faced it head on. And at the end of fundamentals, it's not like she is at the top of the mountain and is now like this and everything is done. No. She kind of on the contrary, she crossed a little hill only to see that there's a bigger mountain up ahead. And now she's going, I think I have to climb this. And I don't think it's going to be very enjoyable. I don't think it's going to be very pleasant, but it's important, and I think I have to do it now. So that to me feels like the hero's journey or the quest, where it's not like we're trying to reach a state of enlightenment. We're trying to get the courage to go on our personal journey that we know is there for us and we know takes a lifetime of struggle and study. But for many of us, we can't even start on the journey. At least I certainly couldn't for the first, until several years out of college. I thought I'm stuck in the journey that has been set out for me, and this is it. So to be able to go on your own personal quest, in a sense, is perhaps the greatest journey you can be on, one that you decide for yourself to embark on. Maybe a little bit too theoretical and abstract, but there's something to this phrase that Tristan and I keep saying, which is that speaking is a reflection of life. And through fundamentals, we hope that people get that little flicker of going into life a little bit more bold. And it sounds like you're doing just that.
Absolutely. Yeah, people
We have about
keep on oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Kelly.
People from PTYA keep on asking me, I should do a full review of the Ultraspeaking. I'm like, I am definitely going to do that, but not now. I want to wait at least 6 months or a year, because really the effects of this can't be fully seen yet. I know a year from now I will be able to give a fuller review, because I'll be able to say, yeah, I did this in that 5-6 weeks, but then all of this happened because of that one moment.
I appreciate you taking the time with us very much. There's, when you're in the teacher's seat, sometimes people might think that we have a lot of things figured out, or that we figured a lot of it out, and so now come pick our brain. But really, this feels no different than day one for me. And I imagine what I feel like when I think about Ultraspeaking is probably almost identical to what you feel, which is, oh my goodness, I've only just scratched the surface, but I'm scratching the surface of something fundamental, something that is. This is how it's felt since day one of, wait a second, I've just taken a sip from the source of nature, of perfection, of what is. And our journey really is, we're just a few steps ahead of where you are right now. I don't even know if it's ahead now, because when I saw you speak there, I think we're exactly in the same point. I might have spent a little bit more time thinking about it, but we're on the same part of the journey. And now you wonder, well, what more is there? For me, it's a journey to purity. We were chatting with Michael 2 days ago about what the purest form of our coaching might look like. Because when we think about our coaching, we think about it as, what is the least number of steps that we can take to get a person from where we see them, where they show up, and where they can be, what their potential is. And I think every time I open my mouth to speak, every time I come in, is impure, in a sense. Because we truly, genuinely believe that you, the student, holds the answer to everything within them. And so the purest form of our coaching is having a person stand in front of us and speak for 30 minutes, or spend as long as it takes without me saying a word for them to discover everything for themselves in front of people, and the thing they don't want, just spend enough time there that you just keep hitting the glitches that Lulie hit. You just keep, well, I guess I can't hold on for this long. Let me just think, what am I going to say next? I just ran out. And as you're doing this, you can discover everything. And unfortunately, today we need the games, and we need to speak, and we need to bring so many things in. But I think there's the reason why we think this way, and why I think the purest form is us not even existing within it, is because because truth is there. Flow is part of being human, and expression and belonging and all of these things are recognizable. And I wonder, I'd love for you to speak a little bit on this, but I wonder if that's what it might have felt like. Because a lot of my journey has been that experience something and recognizing, oh, wow, of course, obviously, this is how it's supposed to feel. Or, oh, yes, I was in the way this whole time, just like you were sharing with the grain of sand. It's like I have this little burr grinder for my coffee beans, and you put them in and you, and I have every person I've ever ground beans next to, I've said, hey, try it, because you're going to see when that last grain of the last bean goes through, it's the most extraordinary feeling. It's and then total freedom. It's just delightful. And that's what this journey has felt like. And when you see it, you know it.
Yeah, that's kind of what it was for me while watching you two train Ali live several weeks, or I guess a month and a half ago. You guys were going through the games and you were playing, and then just how you were talking, one of you made a comment about something, and then just it clicked to me. It's like, hey, you know what? There's something here. And so I joined the Ultraspeaking, and all I really needed was just kind of the structured environment, that small community that Tanya was talking about, just kind of that intimate community of keeping one another accountable, and then just a little prod here or there from my one-on-one coach, just saying, hey, try this, or simply, how did you feel? Just asking me to reflect on what I had just done. Just those little bits of things are what made the most difference. And yeah, it did just click. It wasn't given to me so much as like, you guys aren't coming out with a platter and like, here's the solution, take this, eat from this platter. It was more just you guys are saying, hey, this is awesome. This exists in you. Play these games and you'll see that. And that's pretty much what happened. Is I just played the games. I received a couple of feedback, but more often than not, it was just reflect. How did you feel? How are you changing? And just observing that helped me to realize, hey, I do have this in me. I can speak. I don't need to prepare everything. It doesn't need to be perfectly well thought out. I can just talk.
Did you have private coaching during fundamentals? Did you have the one-on-ones
Yes.
as well?
Yep, I had the one-on-one.
Can you talk about that a little bit? What were those about?
Yeah. They were great. So I had one-on-ones with Emmy, and let me think, my first one-on-one happened after the first full week of Ultraspeaking. So she got to know me a little bit in the groups of the three of us. And so she just came with an open book and is like, hey, I've noticed this, so maybe let's play these games. And we started playing those games. And at the end of that, she would ask me to reflect or give me a little assignment to say like, okay, look back at this recording that I made of you and pull out 10 things that you like about how you speak. And I'm like, 10 things, I can't pull out 10 things that I like about how I speak, because I hate how I speak. But, I was able to grasp 10. And then like a day later, she's like, no, I want 20. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm not sure that's possible. And so that was how the first couple went, is she would suggest things that she noticed that I could work on. But a shift happened partway along the way. And I started coming to her, I started saying, hey, you know, I'm noticing this. Like, I'm playing conductor and I can do conductor fairly well. I'm still struggling to hit the lows and to talk quietly and to bring it nice and intimate. But I get hit those highs, which I didn't expect. When she asked me, like, where is my natural range? I'm like, oh, I'm like a 2 to a 4. But no, I was hitting those highs, no problem. But then I come to her, I'm like, hey, you know, I'm noticing I'm doing this by just shifting my voice around. I'd like to play around with that because energy is not just the tone of the voice. It's also whether or not you're speaking really fast or slowing down a little bit. And so she's like, you know, that's great. And so you've made a transition here. You're now noticing, you're paying attention to what you're doing, and you can notice this yourself and know what to work on. And so the biggest thing I think take away from the one-on-one was just having that direct connection with someone who is forcing me to reflect on myself. And that's why I have been recommending that tier to every single person who asks me, like, oh, which of these levels should you take? Which did you take? And should I take that one? Or should I go with the one without the one-on-one coaching? I do think the one-on-one coaching is extremely valuable just for that extra bit of not just encouragement, but accountability and that focused attention on where you're at and helping you to focus on where you're at.
Part of our thinking around having a tier with one-on-ones is when Tristan and I first learned how to coach, because that is a skill in itself that you're not just born with. There's a science and an art to it. One of the mindset shifts that kind of like, you know, changed everything was be willing to say the thing that your client needs to hear, but nobody else would tell them. And that level of, and that doesn't mean just point out the flaw and step back. Of course, there's a delicate way of giving feedback, but it's that extra 1% of being honest about what is seen that maybe nobody else in your life would have the courage to tell you, because it's hard to receive such foundational feedback, like you're holding back, you're not being yourself, I don't think you're committed. All of these sort of statements that might feel challenging and threatening end up inspiring something. And so much of speaking is about the mindset. It's about, you know, sometimes even getting angry where you're like, enough is enough, and you just do it. And then all of a sudden it's unlocked and you're like, oh man, that's all I needed. So the thought process behind adding coaching is just, you know, Ultraspeaking was formed because in 7 months, Tristan went from no experience to the world championship stage. And it took 7 months, and we said, that's amazing. But very quickly we realized that's way too long still. The purest form, I always think about this, is you want to run the race around the track to get to the finish line. But what if there were a way to just turn around and realize you're already there? And you avoid the entire journey just to end up where you started. Because that's kind of what it feels like. You're just you. Now you have the permission to be more you. So that's our hope with the one-on-one coaching, and with just jam-packing everything we can. Literally, we rack our brains. We spend 24 hours together solely focused on, like, how do we make this experience more valuable and more accelerated? And until we have machine learning and technology, you know, we're limited by what's possible right now. But the question is always, how do we do it faster? How do we do it better? And how do we just get the person to, in an instant, I'm already here. I don't need to go the full circle. I've arrived, so to speak. So it's wonderful to hear that you've had that experience with Emmy. She's fantastic. Shout out to Emmy Sobieski. She runs a company called My 10 Min, and is probably if you've read the book Ultra Learning, is that something you've come across, Kelly?
I didn't until, I've came across Benny Lewis and the 3-month language challenge and stuff like that before, but I hadn't heard about the Ultra Learning book, but I'm now in the middle of it because I'm like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah. Emmy is the definition to me of what ultra learning is. She's just like, you look at her track record list and there's like silver medalist national bodybuilder, investor of the year, like
horse trainer
and public speaking coach. Insane. Listen, Kelly, you've been with us for some time, and I really appreciate you being here. What I want to know is what's next? What's next for you, and what can we anticipate to see from you over the next 6 months and to a year?
Well, what's next is my YouTube channel. Just started out that with Ali. I decided, at the turn of the year, I love my job. I'm a software developer. Absolutely love that. But I want to do something more. I want to do something creative and put something out there. And I've always had the ambition to start a blog, but I just would never sit down and write it. And so just at the turn of the year, I'm like, hey, I'll try this YouTube video. And so I'm going to invest fully in that this year. And right now the videos are okay, but I'm just aiming to turn out a whole bunch of them and slowly improve them by the end of the year.
What do you want to speak on? What are the videos about?
I haven't really narrowed down on a specific topic yet, but my plan is to talk about productivity is not quite the right word, but maybe intentional productivity with an end goal. I have a large family. I have 5 children, one more on the way. And so juggling family life and spending time with them and doing cool things there, as well as all these other stuff for my own self-development, like ultra learning or my master's degree with full-time work, just kind of talk about that and just how to do more intentional and meaningful work.
Wow.
I'm subscribing immediately. Please.
Yeah.
Where
can people find you?
I put a link to your
yeah.
channel on the chat.
Cool. Thanks.
Can you put it on the stream as a little line?
No, because it's just look at the chat.
Like
it has a billion letters.
It
would be nice to have, like, I don't know if you have your own URL, but to create a redirect, I could put that.
Yeah, I will get the custom URL ability shortly. I think you have to have the channel open so long as so many subscribers before there. But also kellyfancher.com.
There we go.
It'll link to the YouTube channel eventually. Or no, I think it does.
Amazing.
Is it FLA?
FANCHER. KELIFANCHER.
.com. Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to watch your channel explode and to watch your expression go wherever you want it to.
Cool. Yeah, thanks.
Congratulations on your journey and all your success, and can't wait to see you continue. Thanks for being on here, man. Thanks, Kelly.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, by the way,
yes.
Very quickly, Kelly, you teach at daily trainings now every Monday.
Yeah, that's huge.
I do. Monday nights. I did my first one this Monday, and it was amazing. It was a blast. So please come join me. Last week we played the podcast game. This next week I think I have conductor scheduled. And our main focus is just, to get rid of that mind and just to enter the flow.
I love it. All right, Kelly.
Okay.
We'll see you soon.
Thank you for having me.
Cheers.
Thanks, man. Whew. So fundamentals, we're gonna wrap up that discussion and then spend 10 minutes completing the 5-hour mark. But fundamentals, 30 days, very, very tight-knit pods, private coaching, all the simulator games, the intense short bursts of pressure that Romain was talking about, and live coaching to draw that self-awareness. That's what the course is about. And if you want to be a TEDx speaker or a TED speaker, that might not be the course for you. If you want to if you're already good at sales and you want to just add more persuasion and all of that, I don't know if that's the course for you, honestly. There's so many public speaking courses out there.
Here's
Tristan,
who
if you had to, yeah.
I have to say something, because there have never been a better segue. Lulie posted in the chat, a friend who's watching but can't log in asks, is there any hope for someone whose mind instantly freezes? I think I can even add this. What? Wait.
Oh, what?
That was so cool. It disappeared. Watch. Amazing.
Oh my God. How did you do that? Technology, man.
Is there any hope for someone whose mind instantly freezes, even just watching your games, and who goes blank when asked questions when attending courses? And then, wait, there's a follow-up. I've been frozen when being interviewed about things close to my heart. Well, it's interesting that this is the question that comes up, because in hearing Tanya and Kelly, that's all I've wanted to talk about. I've seen this and I'm thinking to myself, somebody who's missing, whose technicality is lower. So somebody who freezes, or somebody who's so deeply into their mind or anxious that it's just there's no ability to think under pressure, must be looking at these people and thinking, that's not me. They're already great speakers, because you can't imagine what they might have been like beforehand. So I'll say this is, I don't know your name, but the course was created for you. The course was created for you. Kelly, Tanya, people coming in who need the last grain of sand taken out, it works for them. That's what's magical about this. But the course was built for someone who's suffering. This is the thing that's truly dear to our heart. We've both suffered from what it feels like to be incapacitated in your speaking, to be contained, and it doesn't feel good. In fact, it feels horrible, and it takes up so much energy. It's like walking around the world carrying a backpack full of lead. It's just so heavy, and it's hard to imagine a world without it. Actually, it's a backpack full of rocks, and I can't guarantee that I can get all of the rocks out of your backpack right away within the 5 weeks. But I can guarantee, I promise you, without a doubt, that if you take this course, by the end of it, your backpack will feel so much lighter. You will feel so much lighter, so different, that the world will look different to you. It's like having an opacity over everything, and then we can play with the opacity, and suddenly you start seeing, taking your sunglasses off if you've kept them on all day, and the sun's coming down and it's getting dark, and then suddenly you take the sunglasses off and your eyes adjust, and poof, that's what it feels like. And this speaks to me, this touches me very much. And if money is an issue, then quote this, tell me you're the person, and I'll help you. That should not hold you back here.
Yeah. And I really like the backpack analogy, because I can visualize just every stone that you take out just feels a little bit lighter and a little bit lighter, and not all the rocks are of the same size, right? Some are pebbles, and our job is not to focus on the pebbles. It's to try and find the heaviest rocks in there and figure out together, do they need to be there? Are they serving you? Does everyone in the group place the same rock in their backpack? And when did you even place it? Did someone place it there for you? Because so much of our public speaking happens, or at least our relationship with it is formed in school or in college, or just it's a traumatic experience or a set of experiences that don't feel good that begin to solidify what what your relationship with it is. And if it doesn't go well once, or you embarrassed yourself, or you blanked and it felt bad, the next time you have a rock in your backpack, the next time you're about to speak, of that possibility of what if it happens again. And we talked with Romain earlier on the podcast. If you have that expectation, or that even that doubt of what happens if I fail, well, that's, your mind's going to focus on that. And that might be a rock that is not serving you. So the backpack analogy really resonates, because we're just trying to add lightness, some freedom to our ability to move forward. And from that, so much is possible. Pinar on the chat says, it is really hard to believe Tristan when you are in that state. But from someone personally experienced, it happens! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The course is like a miracle for people like us. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Pinar. I remember when we first met, and you said that you would be an impossible case, and somebody who it would take forever, and it's not possible.
Client. Yeah.
Our hardest client. And in a sense, you were at the beginning, because that's what you believed. And it's hard to change that belief for a lot of people. And I was one of those people. And I think, Tristan, you were too. And beliefs are everything. So how do we change beliefs in a short period of time? How do we change the belief system? We have to experience. We have to, what's the definition of confidence that you really like?
Earned self-talk. Earned self-talk.
Earned. So you can't just tell yourself this is possible and all of a sudden everything's fixed. You have to earn it. So how do you earn it? You have to experience success. That's why we use games. That's why we use micro feedback loops to get to the feeling, get to the feeling, get to the feeling. Start rewiring that new pathway.
I'd like to read another testimonial, something that was sent to us. I'll keep her name private just in case. But this is someone who worked with us one-on-one, and when she started working with us, she couldn't do one round of rapid fire. Literally. It would start, she would stop, and she'd say, I can't do this. And any game, in fact, she would stop after seconds, frozen, lost, just completely lost. And this was sent, this is an email she sent us, I don't know, probably 5 sessions in or something like that. But anyways, let me read it. In our first session, Tristan had said, quote, "You already have the skills necessary to master public speaking. It's all there already," end quote. I remember immediate disbelief and a flood of internal thoughts. Quote, "Surely not. This is going to be an uphill battle that is going to take years. Surely not something that can be achieved in 8 one-on-one sessions," and so on. But today, so 4 sessions we have it. Today, 4 sessions into our time together, I know it as a fact. It was not until now that I heard what came next in that very first session. You just need to let yourself access it, you added. Today, I did just that. I showed up for myself, and it was all there, just like you said, behind a wall that I had been building, polishing, and arming for years. Today, I experienced the demolition of that wall, and I am, in capital letters, shook. Like, what else can I do? What a terrific feeling. Wow. Thank you for being amazing guides through this journey. I'm excited for what comes next.
If I remember correctly, she also had an incredible gif of Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
In that email. That's the place to end. And since day one of us starting Ultraspeaking and beginning to coach people, I think the reason we continued is we saw that there is something that works in this. And we're going to keep doing these live streams. We're going to keep showing all the sides of it, the freestyle rapping, the public speaking, the games, the interviews. Our mission with Ultraspeaking is to keep proving, keep showing to the world that it works. Because it is not something that is like this proprietary technology that it is something that is there. Like you're talking about, Tristan, it's truth. And many of us don't believe it's possible. Today, it's 12 o'clock. We hit our 5-hour mark. And I want to end the conversation on that note, that all of this is possible, that everything that you want to do in communication and speaking, it's within reach. And whoever told you that it's going to be hard, that it's going to be far away, that it's unlikely, that they must not know for themselves. We're here to say it's possible. It can happen faster than you even think. And we're going to keep showing it. But that's it. That's our 5-hour mark. I've never been more energized, and I can't believe we did this, man.
Bravo, my man. I'm proud of us. We also got our first 4 negative likes, or like dislikes, during this whole thing. And I'm very proud of that as well. Obviously the likes are dramatically more, but these dislikes are a reflection of us willing to put ourselves out there. And there's always a point, if you're going to put yourself out there and just do your thing and look like a human being, but in front of everybody, then some people are not going to be able to take it. And I'm very happy. Thank you, Irene. Thank you, Pinar.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably during my rapping.
I think, well, Ali tweeted it, and so we have people coming out of nowhere who don't know who we are or what's happening, and they're seeing, it's probably during me and Ali's rapping where they're like, I don't know what this is, but this is not okay. Yeah, but I will make it known that I do not like this. Anyways.
Big shout out to Lulie. Thanks for being on the stream. Pinar, thanks for joining in. Maria, Irene, Jetco, Jason, my man. Great to see you. So cool. And everybody else that was here, thanks for being a part of it. This is just the beginning for us. We think we found, I don't know about you, Tristan, but this is awesome. I love doing this.
Awesome. I'm down. Thank you, Boris. Please, what should we do more of? What was your favorite part? Where do we go with this? I mean, what we want to do is we want to do the things that feel like we could do infinitely. And I can talk about Ultraspeaking and think about Ultraspeaking out loud for until the end of the earth. There's no problem there. I can coach infinitely. Well, there's energy that goes into that. I can't freestyle rap for days, but especially after Romain's interview, after the freestyle rap, I want to unlock that thing, because the biggest thing that came out of that is what we see in our speaking, in the clients that come to us, is the day they show up, their level is here and their ability to access it is here. And this can be breached by one switch. This doesn't take any time. It can happen in an instant. And I experienced that for myself when we did our own rap session. But now I realize, oh, wow, it's actually there for me with rap. I don't know what the gap is, but there's a definite gap, and I want to, at least, I don't need to become the best, but I want that switch. I want that switch so bad. So I'm waiting for the next marathon, says Sudan.
Amazing.
Thanks, Ben.
So
Thanks, Lulie.
if you guys are, the best thing you can do for us is make it real. We could talk to the moon and back about theoretical Ultraspeaking. But if you're a person which all of us seem to be, with a real challenge, a question around speaking, drop it in the comments, send us an email, make it real for us so that we can direct our study and our research and our focus on helping solve that issue. If you're experiencing it, the one thing we've learned is there are thousands upon thousands of people that are probably feeling the exact same way. With that said, that's the 5 Hour Energy.
Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're not. Head to Fundamentals if you haven't. Friend was also moved to tears. Please tell your friend that we want him, her, they, whoever they are. We want to help, and we'll do whatever it takes. Please have them send us an email.
Thank you, guys. We're out.